How we doing? How we doing, everyone? What's going on? What up, Damon? How we doing? I'm chilling. What's good with you? Vince, what's poppin'? Yo, quick shout out to everyone in the Discord, by the way. I see you guys all co-vibing. Together. That's pretty cool. There were two groups earlier. Now you guys all merging into one. It's always cool to see when I join the Discord that like there's just someone constantly just working in here. It goes to show, man, we group of hustlers, man. We a group of hustlers. But what's going on? How's everyone doing? Now, before we get into things, and by things I mean I guess just testing out the app factory, then I want to kind of address the elephant in the room. All right, I want to address the elephant in the room, which is not the taco recipe that I made last night. It was really yummy, by the way, thanks for asking. But it is that Apple is quietly blocking updates for popular vibe coding apps. All right. Now, a lot of you are quick to point out in the Discord, oh no, Doobie, oh, your vibe coding app factory is screwed. You're never going to be able to launch it anymore. You better go and do something else. Wrong. Incorrect. So I had a read, and if you go through this document, you can clearly see that it is talking about, where is it? Apple told the information that certain vibe coding features breach long-standing App Store rules, prohibited apps from executing code, keyword, executing code that alters their own functionality or that of other apps, okay? That's the keyword there, yeah? Some of these apps also support building software for Apple devices, okay? Which may have contributed to into a recent surge in new App Store submissions, and in some cases, slow approval times, according to developers. Now, an Apple spokesperson has said that they were not going to approve updates for Replit and Vibecode until the developers agreed to modify how their apps preview generated content or remove certain capabilities altogether, such as creating apps for the Apple platform. Now, I think there's two ways to look at this, okay? When I first read this title, it says Apple's quietly blocks updates for popular vibe coding apps. Now that makes it sound like they were blocking apps altogether that were vibe coded. Which doesn't make any sense, by the way, because they literally just integrated Claude and Codex into Xcode as and they made their own MCP so that you could integrate it into your agentic coding workflow. Like, it doesn't make any sense why they would do that. So I was a bit skeptical. But secondly, I think the biggest concern for me is the fact that it's actually vibe coding apps. And what that means is the Replits of the world. Apparently there's an app called Vibecodes of the world. Now, technically my autonomous app factory does fall under vibe coding apps, but the way they've kind of made it sound, right, is it sounds like it's the app within their app store. Because that's, at the end of the day, that's the only domain that they can control, right? Our app factory isn't even an app inside of the app store. So, I mean, if I was to look at the app store, I'm pretty sure Replit is on here, right? Yeah, so you've got Vibecode, this one. And I mean, that's not Replit, but yeah, you've got Vibecode right here. So I'm assuming it's to do with the apps within the App Store that are allowing you to build other apps. That's my theory. I think the app factory that we built is completely fine. It's targeting Replit apps. Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to be okay. I don't think the app factory is going to be affected. Now that being said, we obviously need to walk with an air of caution. Even this guy said forced excuse to make us use Xcode, isn't it? Now what's interesting about that is the app factory actually uses Xcode. So kind of interesting how, like, I don't know, I feel like my app factory is safe. Like it falls under like a different category entirely, in my opinion, because it requires a bit more complexity. For example, you need to have Xcode downloaded, you need to have all these things sorted out. So yeah, I think we're safe. Hold on, I'm just going to turn the aircon on real quick. It's freaking hot here. It's like 25 degrees today in Australia at 8:50 a.m. Give me 1 second. So where we left off yesterday was, where did we leave off yesterday? Where did we leave off with the app factory? I'm pretty sure we left off where the onboarding was working, okay? And we're using Codex on the right to review the code, and then Claude on the left, Opus 4.6, to, I guess, make the code or build the app itself. So I think next steps is we got up to the point of literally opening the app. We haven't tested the app factory. We haven't really done anything like that, which is kind of the scary part. Let me chuck some music on. Make sure that's not too loud for y'all. All right, cool. Now I feel a bit frustrated that I have to work within this environment, the Mac Mini environment, because it's just slow. So maybe today what we can do is also improve my coding environment a little bit more. So we could probably start by installing Conductor. Because I just feel like we're going to be a lot faster if we can do it this way. It's only available for Mac. I just really enjoy working inside of Conductor. I don't know. Where is the project located, and is there GitHub repo? Want to work inside of a new terminal. Want to work, continue, work. And the other thing I want to do is how can I get my Whisper flow inside of my Mac Mini to work, because it's honestly getting a bit much. Whisper. I thought I got Whisper flow. It should be in here. W. There it is. Maybe I can choose a different settings, microphone. What options do I have? I don't have any options. I'm trying to think. Can I connect my phone or something? Press 1. No, good. We got, where is it? The hell? Conductor. There we go. What's the name of your plant app? I was looking for it. It's called Plant Pulse Pro. Here, I'll show you. Let's also debug my let's debug Visor. Let's see if I can connect. Have I got enough let's see if this works. It didn't work last time, but I really enjoy sharing my phone screen because I feel like it helps when I'm using my phone to test apps. So if this comes up, okay, let's go ahead and just copy this. Plant Pulse Pro, and the icon is like a leaf with like a little heart kind of signal on it. Why is this taking so long to come out? There we go. Why am I getting this issue with Visor when I'm trying to connect my iPhone to my MacBook Pro to share my screen? Please debug, or please let me know next steps on how to fix. What's it say here? Project location, GitHub repo, old factory to continue in a new terminal. All right, let's sign in with GitHub. Not that one. Let me continue with Google. Old Kick, how we doing? What's going on, Old Kick? You been hustling? Saw you in co-work for a bit. Local repo. Shoulder nap. All right, I think we're good. I can share screen. Did I eat noodles after gym? No, I did not. Why do you ask? Is there noodles on my face? Is there something on my face? No, I did not. Why do you ask? Helios. What did you miss? Not a whole lot, honestly. We're just changing our coding environment inside of the Mac Mini because we'll just end up coding inside of here quite a lot. So I might as well just make it nice. Just cloned the GitHub repo. Are you sure that's the app factory new one? What else are we doing? That error usually points to a software state issue, not a bad cable. Means the app is trying to read a device state. So file. Update both devices fully. Update the latest iOS. Hard restart. Reset iPhone access on Mac. Open iPhone mirroring. In the menu bar, go iPhone mirroring settings. That's so lame. Not still force reload. Maybe we got to do this one. Download Visor for iOS on the App Store and launch the app on your iOS device. Yeah. GG's. All right. That's not working, which is fine. We can move. You have to eat good. That's life experience. What, you think Noodles is eating good? What up, Payne? How we doing? You have any experience using any kind of AI framework, BMAD, etc.? BMAD? The hell's BMAD? Build more architect dreams, an AI-driven agile development module for the BMAD method module ecosystem, and the best, most comprehensive agile AI-driven. I have no experience with BMAD. No. Yeah. Okay. No, that repo only has the Sheldon Python package orchestrated code. It doesn't have the full factory script. The full factory is on your machine. That's the working code. Okay, hold up. Let me. Open project. Open. I'm getting this error. You get this error when I try to open up project locally. One noodle a day keeps the doctor away. Bro, where are you getting your health advice from, man? Hello, my man. He's code vibing us again. What up, Marcel Agency? How you doing? I hope you've been well, man. I hope you've been well. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting hella tired recently because I'm near the end of my 75 hard challenge. I'm on day... What day am I on? This 26th. I'm on day 60 of my 75 hard challenge. So I'm 60 days into this freaking fitness challenge. And I'm not gonna lie, it's really starting to get to me now. Like, I'm like not sleeping as much. I'm having to wake up on a Sunday and go to the gym at 6 a.m. in the morning. Like, who the hell wants to do that? Who the hell wants to freaking wake up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday and go to the gym? That's like the only time I spend with my girlfriend too. So we're like up late on Saturday, and then I have to go to the gym by myself on freaking 6 a.m. in the morning. It's tough, man. I'm not gonna lie, it's hella tough. And then on top of that, I'm making all this content, I'm live streaming, and then I have to go for a run in the afternoon. Like, do you know how tiring that is, man? 60 days straight I've been doing that. I've only got 15 days late. I cannot wait until this challenge is over, because holy shit, I am going to have the fattest cheat meal and I'm going to chill out, and I feel like I'm going to be able to live stream more as well because there's not as much on my plate. Bro, you're missing out a lot in Vibecoding. I'm senior developer with over 8 years experience, and I'm telling you, AI frameworks like BMAD or Get Shit Done framework reduce errors and bugs to almost zero. What is it? A carrot is so beneficial, you know, Doobie. I eat carrots. I'm more of an apple kind of guy. Cheatate. Tell us more, please. That's fire, bro. You have good discipline though. I mean, that is the one thing that has come out of this. I'm not going to lie. Is like, yeah, I feel fit. I feel good in terms of the fact that I'm actually doing what I told myself that I would do. It's the discipline. I'm not going to lie. And you know, I feel like there is a little bit of a correlation between the first of my YouTube videos doing well and me starting this challenge. You can see I started it about a month ago. The very first video that I made in doing this challenge got 5.7k views, and the next one got higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. So I think that I don't know, maybe there's a bit of magic in the air. I don't know what it is, but you know, when you lock in, good things start to happen. That's how I feel. So yeah, if you're thinking about doing 75 hard, hey, maybe things will pop off for you once you start. It's weird. Like I feel like it has this like effect on more than just physical, you know? And I think it is fully the discipline. All right, I think this is it. I could probably archive this. Remove repository, yeah. All right, Sheldon App Factory. Let's just see. Review the repo and give me a high level description of what's going on. And then I'm gonna copy that into Claude and just double check everything matches up. Have you seen progress? That should motivate you. I mean, I definitely have seen a lot of physical change. I'm not gonna lie. Like before I started this challenge, the whole reason I actually started this challenge in the first place was because I was actually getting a bit of a belly. And I was like, dude, I've never had a belly in my life. And now I've got a bit of a belly. So I started the challenge and now I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking pretty good. And that definitely motivates you for sure. The hardest thing is going to be keeping up afterwards. How do you edit your videos so fast? Any tips, lol? Or you've got an editor? I do not edit my videos fast, man. That shit takes me like 40 hours. Each video I edit takes about 40 hours. I have just hired an editor and I'm kind of going back and forth on like the whole editing process. There's a lot of revisions involved. Editing is not a slow process, bro. That is one thing I will tell you. Editing is a massive time suck. Let's add another new workspace, and this is going to be Codex. Nice. So we got, yeah, cool. Yeah, nothing like keeping a promise to yourself. It's such a good feeling. It's such a good feeling. I feel like if you really want to earn like self-respect, and if you really want to, you know, if you lack self-confidence, do something like 75 hard. Do like a challenge that is physically difficult or challenging for you, and you will gain confidence in yourself, in everything that you do. You know what I mean? Doc, how we doing, bro? Welcome. Also, I found you off Openclaw as I wanted to start it. You're high on the algorithm. YouTube sees your hard work. Appreciate you, Deadly Rage. I've got a huge video coming out. The middle of next week. I've got my Openclaw masterclass video coming out. It's literally like the biggest video that I've ever worked on. It's like an hour and a half of unedited footage. So if I edit it, it's probably going to come down to maybe an hour, 40, 50 minutes. And I literally break down everything that I know about Openclaw. It's going to be a banger. And I'm excited to share that with you because I feel like anytime anyone asks me a question, I can just link that video. All right, so how it works. This was the summary they provided. Does it sound correct? Five to 10 minutes, all set up, done. Yo, Vince, have you tried what Chite is talking about? The BMAD AI frameworks or the Get Shit Done framework, reduce errors and bugs to almost zero. Yo, BMAD, you should have a chat with Nestoris. I'm actually gonna ask. I'm not sure if he's around, but I like to ask Ness. Yo, thoughts on BMAD or Get Shit Done framework? Apparently it reduces errors and bugs to almost zero. Let's see what Nestoris has to say, because that's a bit out of my knowledge, unfortunately. That's accurate. One small correction: the auto research system was built but not fully wide. Okay, and that summary is correct. And then I also say, oh shit, I can't. So one more thing that I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. I am going to do this. I'm gonna full screen this, and then I'm gonna minimize this so it's like this. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to have conductor on the left, and then I want like a Google Doc or like a notes app or something on the right. Could go like this. Oh, that looks shocking. What's going on here? Oh, that's way better. Okay, now the reason that I'm doing this is because my freaking Whisper Flow doesn't work inside a Mac Mini, so I need to. Why does it look like this, man? Let's see if I can fix it. Why does it do that? Like, dude, why is it all of this? That looks kind of whack. Dude, how do I get rid of this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Way better. All right. Is correct. I have also downloaded. Actually, let's use this. I'm just setting up my workspace. Apologies, guys. Give me a second. All right. I have also downloaded the app and tested it. At the point in which we've gotten up to is we've downloaded the app and it opened up a onboarding screen, which we liked. Now, a bit more additional context is we actually built this correctly through locally, and it was just an internal thing that we built, and it had actually already produced like 5 apps, which we could have submitted into the Apple Connect store, the developer dashboard. And of the 5, 2 got accepted. So where we're kind of at now is we want this to be scalable, and we want this to work on a completely fresh device. And so I've had to rebuild the entire app factory from start to finish. So when you're looking at like the individual app workspaces, you're looking at Pantry Pal, Plant Pulse, Gym Snap. Those were all built, and any other app that you see was built in the previous app factory that was built locally. So we haven't actually built any new apps in this new app factory that we've just built for scalability, that is now packaged. So that is additional context. All right, let's just feed that. Let's see. Doc, what's up? Not a whole lot. What's going on with you, bro? Blessed for posting good content, vibe coding. I'm trying to get into it soon. You're a huge inspo. Oh, I appreciate you, Blunts, man. I really appreciate that, man. You should get into it, dude. You got to get your feet wet. Just build anything and everything. It's not like a huge thing that I feel like a lot of people think, you know. It's like, oh, vibe coding, I need to wait for the right day, I need to, you know, block out like 5 hours of my day to build this app. Like, it's not like that, you know. You can literally come in and just play around for 30 minutes, and then you'll be able to build something small, try and one shot something, you know what I mean? Oh effing hell, that's why I hate doing the editing myself. You know what, Marcel? I've actually realized I actually quite enjoy the editing, because like I'm able to show my creativity And I think that's partly why the videos are doing well, is because I'm able to like show my creativity through my editing. And some people don't like it, obviously. Like some people think it's a bit too much. Some people think it's like the memes don't fit. But like I get to show my creativity within the edit. I see it as like a mini movie. And so I actually really enjoy the editing process. The plans aren't implementable. You have to decompose them with risk assessment. GPT 5.4 Pro is better than any SDD solution on the market. This solution utilizes it. Yo, Cheetay. Ness says the plans aren't implementable. You have to decompose them with risk assessment. GPT 5.4 is better than any SDD solution on the market. This solution utilizes it. It's part of Agent Flywheel, but the plan still can't be implemented reliably. Dicklesworth. What the hell is this? Dicklesworth Stone. It's a hilarious name. Automated plan reviser. Iterative specification refinement tool feeds your docs through GPT Pro extended reasoning via Oracle for multiple revision rounds until production ready. So I just link this repo to my GPT to Codex, and it'll know what to do. Is this during dev, post dev, or pre-dev when writing up the PRD? Have you heard of this? Cheetay? I think I also has to create YouTube channel because I daily do vibe coding and shipped almost 3 production ready apps in last 6 months. Yo, nice. Good shit. What's the payment gateway you're using? We're using just Apple's own payment gateway. What IDE is this? This is called Conductor, and it is inside of the Mac. It's for Mac OS specifically. Mainly because, damn, how can I get it so that this is, all right. But it's only for Mac OS. Conductor, inside of the Mac OS. You can't get it for Windows or anything. I'm 16. I've been in the agentic AI space for around a year now. Damn, you've been in the agentic AI space longer than most of us. And that means you would have been when you were 15, bro. That's crazy. How much money do I really need to start leveraging Openclaw as much as possible and make the most amount of money in summer if I lock in? Dude, honestly, you don't need a whole lot. There's Chinese AI models you can utilize for less than $50 a month to max, like, to get like 80% of your Openclaw's capabilities. You don't need the high-end Opus 4.6 or Codex 5.4. Like, obviously that is nice, but the way I see it, at your age, you have a lot of time and less money, right? So you can literally just put more time into something than money. I've decided I'm gonna just use Opus for everything. That's because I don't want to put up with like the 1 or 2 bugs that'll pop up if I use something else, because Opus is the frontier model. Opus is the best. Codex 5.4 is also the best. So if you use those 2 models, you're not going to have like as many bugs as if you were to use a slightly shitter model. But that's not saying the shitter models or the models outside of Codex and Opus are bad. That's just saying like you're paying 10 times more to have slightly less problems. You can just use your time to reduce drastically your costs. So you can literally spend $50 compared to my $500 and have to fix maybe 5 or 6 more bugs than me. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying things, but you can definitely 110% use a Chinese AI model and just go from there, you know? And one thing that I would look at if you're really like lost on like what to even build, think about how you can implement Openclaw into other businesses. That is like the easiest way to make money right now with Openclaw. Screw all these automation workflows and whatnot. Just build something for a local business. They have the money. They don't have the person to implement this sort of thing. You know what I mean? Hey bro, sorry for the possibly dumb question, but did you really make that much from the Solana Dapp store? How do they monetize it? Yes, I did. And the way that they monetize it is, in the world of crypto, there is a method that is very well known and makes a lot of projects go viral, and it's called airdrops, okay? And so the way it works is a platform to attract users. They will say, oh, like, you know, kind of like how Starbucks has a loyalty program. If you buy 10 coffees from Starbucks, you're gonna get your 10th one free. Crypto does something similar, but because crypto is a financial product, right? Crypto literally is all about finance. It's decentralized finance. That's what crypto is, right? So what they can do is they can actually reward you much more lucratively, because what happens is if you sign up to a platform or you use someone else's product, you have your wallet attached to your identity, okay? So Starbucks doesn't have your wallet details when you buy a coffee, but they have that little card that identifies like, okay, yeah, you can have a free coffee. Crypto is different. Your wallet is connected to your identity and everything that you do, okay? So your wallet is essentially your digital identity. And so if you use someone's platform and that platform is, let's say, generating $1 billion a year in revenue, chances are they might hint that they're doing an airdrop to bring in more marketing and more users into their platform, which will inherently make people think, okay, like if they're making $1 billion a year, the airdrop must be decent, the crypto coin that comes out must be decent. And it's like this it's this loop that just kind of feeds itself. And so Seeker is the first coin to ever be backed by Solana. Now, if you don't know what Solana is literally like one of the biggest crypto currencies in the world, okay? They have the most amount of daily active users. It's like a few million every single day. They have the most amount of transaction volume. They have the most, pretty much everything except for like total locked value. They have everything. All the developers build on here. All the cool shit that happens kind of happens on here. One thing that they don't have is perpetual trading, which Hype has kind of won. But this kind of brought an opportunity, right? Because what happened is you now have a project, which is the Solana Mobile Dapp store, which is literally rewarding developers and users to use their platform, which is backed by one of the biggest cryptocurrencies in the world. Now, I'm probably losing a lot of you here, so I'm just gonna make this quick and brief, but just to prove to you that I actually did make that amount of money, you can go to day 19 or 18 of the live stream. I show everything live on stream. And here is a screenshot of the amount of coins that I received. Just do the maths, search up Seeker crypto, look at when it hit 5 cents. I'm sure you can figure out how much I made. But yeah, I actually sold a bit early. It could have been a lot higher than that. This repo is new, very less stars on GitHub. We developers don't really use projects under 5,000 stars because mostly die within 4 to 8 months. So rely on less than 5K stars. Projects are not reliable. Interesting. Hey, Cheat, can you go into the Discord and talk to Ness, bro? I feel like you'd have a good conversation with Ness. Ness is like the smartest guy in our community right now. He kind of just grills everyone. Pre-development. Okay, so this is for the PRD document. It'd create the plan. You'd need an OpenAI Pro subscription. I don't recommend this, but it will be better than BMAD. You likely want this as well. Honestly, Openclaw is not worth the hassle, and doing something like Codex or Cursor would be better. I mean, I disagree. I think Openclaw definitely still has a lot of potential. I still use Openclaw every day. You can see in my Sheldon workspace, I'm getting morning briefings every day. I'm getting it to write scripts and do the research for me. It's looking at trending tweets for me to look at and make content out of. Like, it's definitely saving me a lot of time. It's giving me ideas on my live streams. Like, it's literally a personal assistant. I think there's a lot of pros. Yo, Damon, your Discord is PRKA_dev on Discord? Dude, why didn't you tell me, man? I'm gonna ping you right now. Are you in the server, right? I mean, it's a way to get automated GPT 5.4 Pro extended thinking. That's what HAT, that's what Ness said. Let's go. What did you say your name was? PRKA underscore dev. Yo, you're not in the server, Damon? Ain't no way. Dude, you're missing out, bro. You're missing out. Missing out. Look at this, bro. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these guys hustling in the co-vibing channel right now. That paints a clear picture. Old factory proved the concept. Build factory automatic. I've saved all of this so I have the right context going forward. Can we add this context to the repo? So new agent instances I pull up will also know. Docs is Mr. Blaze. Yo, why do you guys always have different usernames in your Discord versus your actual, versus YouTube? Like, why not just keep it the same for everything? Like, don't you think it's a bit less confusing? I'm just curious, why? Besiege says, unless you got your own full 10 agent pipeline and 5 minis, I would go with using frontier models for most basic stuff. But for super complex systems, use something like GPT 5.4. Extra high is a must. Thank you, bro. I saw a bunch of your vids. Openclaw is great to save time and build services for local businesses for sure. And obviously actually building the services. If I have more money, I want to try the app factory as well. Thanks for the detailed explanation. I appreciate it, bro. All good. Hope it helps, man. By the way, do you go to uni or college? I used to go to uni. I graduated last year. But believe it or not, I actually didn't properly do my uni studies. When I was working at the agency, I actually hired someone to do the studies for me because I realized every time that I spent towards uni, I was actually losing money in my business because it was just hectic. There was a good 1.5 years of the business just being so hectic where I was like, okay, if I spend one day working on this assignment or if I spend this amount of time going into uni, then I'm actually leaving money at the door. So I would rather hire someone and they handle all of that and I can make more money than I'm paying the guy to do my assignments. And I honestly, by the end of uni, I learned a lot of theory and all, but I honestly thought it was a bit of a waste because my degree in itself was a bit of a waste because I was studying international business, and the teacher that is teaching me, I can't listen to him and take him seriously. What business has he launched? You know, you know what I mean? I'm literally making good money through my business. Every single day I work on my business, I learn something new about business. I learned something new about relationships. I learned something new about how to communicate with my clients. There's so many things that you learn that you're not going to learn from university, right? And so when I go into uni and they're teaching me how to freaking do crisis communication, I'm like, I literally learned this through having to do it myself. And it just felt super disconnected. And it just felt like a waste of time. And the only reason that I did it was because I have ethnic parents and my mom and dad really wanted me to do uni. So I was like, you know what? I'll make them happy, but I'm not going to tell them how I'm going to finish and complete my university degree. But hey, I'll make them happy regardless. Slyphorn thinks all you guys are weird because you don't have the same usernames. Hey, Slyphorn knows what's up. Slyphorn's you got the same username, right? Yeah, you got the same one. Hey, what are you building right now? Yeah, I'm getting distracted, but we're basically building an autonomous app factory, but we're rebuilding it because we kind of messed up the first time. So let's build the installer. Open up the file for me And actually, let me explain how I like to build first as well. So the way that I like to operate is I like to have you, Opus 4.6, build things, right? And then what I will have is I'll have Codex 5.4 then review every code that you've implemented. So we're going to work in a way where I'm going to ask you to do something, and then after you've done it, I'm then going to prompt Codex in the next instance inside of Conductor to review it. So yeah, I don't know if that's going to change the way that you build, or maybe you need to like have a little README file for Codex. I'm not entirely sure, but yes, that is how I operate. Now, what do you think are the next steps? I think we need to rebuild the installer, and then I can test it out again from scratch, and we can even start the first project. Now, we do know that the research function isn't fully working yet, so do we want to build that out as well? Let me know your thoughts. Is this Kimiclaw? No, this is Conductor. Why did you start using Conductor, by the way? I mean, I've always used Conductor. The only thing is, and I think Pain, this is because you have only started tuning into the streams recently, but I always used to use Conductor in my MacBook Pro. And so now that I got my Openclaw and I'm working inside of the Mac Mini, it's like just a bit annoying because I've had to kind of rejig a lot of things, and I didn't have Conductor installed in here, so I couldn't use it. How I'd prioritize the next step: rebuild the install app. Let's do installer rebuild. Let me just go ahead and copy this, paste it here. Run the first app end to end. This is the real milestone. Pick an idea. Let's do install rebuild. Also, how can I run app end to end without the research working? Because that is pivotal to the apps factory's success. Uni is a big waste of time in my opinion. Doobie, when are you going to tell us about your YouTube Kimiclaw adventures? Oh yeah. So, oh yeah, that's true. So I got sponsored recently, guys. Actually, let's wait one more hour, because then I can show my YouTube earnings. It updates in like the next 30 minutes or so. So I'll share in one more hour, I reckon, I'll kick. But stay tuned, because I plan to share how much money my first sponsored video made, which is the most recent one that I launched. Just want to be fully transparent with all you guys. So if you're ever curious, and let me tell you, sponsored videos, man, yo, YouTubers make good money from sponsored videos, because as small as a creator that I am, if I'm getting paid what I got paid, I can only imagine how much these bigger YouTubers are getting paid. Oh yeah, business is just a scam in uni, to be honest. Yeah, 100%. I went for CS, didn't really feel prepared when I left. First job was super hard. Computer science? Interesting. I feel like you'd still learn a lot about the basics though, right? With computer science. I feel like computer science is one of those more practical ones, no? Because coding in itself is quite technical, and when you like listen to someone and there's all this terminology that they're using, I can see it being like kind of handy, you know? Running a business teaches you way more, 100%. He launched the business of selling pointless degrees. Yeah, for real. That's what the teacher launched. Yeah, I don't know, man. The whole thing with teaching, like unless you're going to one of those prestigious universities like Harvard, where you've literally got like Sam Altman teaching you like slides and shit. I don't know. I don't really see how business can be useful, you know? Like I feel like the teacher needs to be somewhat respectable in terms of what he has accomplished within business. If he's just studied business himself just so he can teach it, why the hell is he someone that I should be listening to? You know what I mean? There's so many nuances in business that you just don't learn from a book. Hey, Drew, what's going on? Yo, Drew, you want to hear something crazy? I went back yesterday or the day before and I watched the very first live stream that I made because I was just curious. I went back to the very first live stream that I've ever made, okay? Day one of this entire series, I guess you could call it. And I was just watching it, and the first like 3 minutes is of me just trying to figure out how to live stream. I'm like testing out functions and like pressing different buttons on OBS and stuff. And literally, I shit you not, within 30 seconds of me being live, Drew comes into the chat on my very first live stream ever. Drew comes into the chat and he's like, your mic's not loud enough. Freaking Drew is the very first person to ever watch me. And he found me in the first 30 seconds. So like, yo, shout out Drew. Because I didn't realize how freaking early you were, man. That's crazy. That is actually insane. Like, dude, that's hype. Actually cracked me up so much. I like couldn't stop laughing. So big ups Drew, because hey, you a real one, bro. Claude Code aren't any different than Conductor. Conductor, you use Claude Code inside of it. And so what's good about Conductor is you can actually have multiple instances running at the same time, working on the same project. So yeah, that's kind of why I like Conductor compared to Claude Code, where it's just the one terminal. What mic do I use? I use an ATRX by ATRX 2100X. You should. It's pretty decent. Some people like it, some people don't. ATRX 2100X. Yeah, this one. I kind of want to upgrade though, something like this. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yo, I remember that. Drew, that was a good time, man. It was so funny. Yo, Doobie, gone back and been watching your streams. Day 1, currently 23. Loving what you're doing here, mate. Oh, appreciate you, Tim. Appreciate you, bro. That's sick. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. There's a lot of fluffy streams, I'm not going to lie. Like, if you go back and you look at some of those earlier streams, there's literally me for like 4 hours. Just screen is not even sharing like my screen. It's just on my face. And I'm literally just like, I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen when I showed you that freaking mic. This is the mic, by the way, right here. This one. But back in the day, there'd literally be like a 4-hour session of me just sharing my screen like this, because there was like, I didn't know how to set up like freaking GitHub or something. Like something super basic. And the people in the chat are just helping me out. It's so funny, man. I got you, my bro. Mad respect to Drew. Yeah, for real. Part of the Discord now too. Good to connect with a bunch of people doing similar things, brother. Yo, 100%. You should join the co-work sessions, man. They're all hustling in here. It's interesting. They all got cool different ideas that they're all working on. If you're in there with Slyfawn, be careful. Slyfawn likes to yap a lot. He's a bit of a yapper, that one. So yeah, might need to join one of these other co-working sessions if you don't want to yap too much with Slyfawn. But yeah. There's a few fluffy ones for sure, but I skim and still find some value. Yo, let's go, Glad. I hope I'm not too repetitive. Love what you do. I was just in one, but had to tap out because I got a phone call. It's all right, man. I like to go in there when I'm chilling as well. Always a good conversation. You guys go pretty deep in there. All right, let's have a look. We got, the app is at distsheldon.app. Want me to also create the DMG, or do you want to test the .app directly first? Yo, what's going on? Oh, let me chuck music on. Create the DMG and open the finder at the location. Whoa, I can balance the yap. Slyphorn is the biggest yapper, bro. Even Helios agreeing. Just got there to listen to the yap. Let a brother yap. I've got to join one of the co-workers one day, exactly what goes on in there. Oh, bro, dude, there's some crazy shit that goes on in there. Man, the other day, there was this guy, and he came in, and he was showing some weird shit. Like, he'd illegally gotten like 10 different Claude Code accounts, and he was obviously using like stolen credit cards or something. And then he was using like 1,000 bots to like spam his like Facebook video or something. It was really weird. We had to like create new rules in the Discord to avoid illegal activities like that. But yeah, super weird. There's honestly all sorts of weird shit that goes on in there. There's also like, what else is there? Usually people are talking about their projects. You can go in there and talk about their projects. There's also people who like to just talk about, the future. Elon Musk is talking about universal basic income. Like, they like to talk about what labor is valued at if AI is taking away all our jobs. A lot of interesting stuff going on in there. All right, so open sheldon.dmg. Replace, and now if I open this up, we're going to test the app factory to see if it loads. Now I don't see it in here, weirdly enough. Oh, maybe that's why. There it is. Ooh, onboarding is working. Welcome to Sheldon. Sheldon is an autonomous iOS app factory. It takes app ideas from your queue, builds them with AI, and deploys them to the App Store, all on autopilot. I don't like the M dash, but hey, is what it is. This shows whether the factory is running paused or idle. As you can see up here, it checks for work every 5 minutes. Each card is an app moving through the pipeline. Ideate, build, review, monetize, deploy. Click any project to see details. Add app ideas here. The factory pulls from the top of the queue when it has capacity. Ideas are validated by AI research before building. Start launches the autonomous pipeline. Test mode runs one cycle without side effects. Pause, stops gracefully. Monitor everything the factory does. Builds started, phase completed, errors encountered. I'm pretty happy with this onboarding process, to be honest. Settings, add your credentials. You're ready. Open settings to add your API keys, then hit start factory. Okay, so one thing that I have realized here requires a developer account. You don't have a section here that shows, because it gives you a file. Let me try and explain this. One thing I have noticed in the settings is there's actually a lot of, and another thing that I have noticed in the onboarding phase is it actually misses a lot of things. Like, for one, you need to have Xcode. You need to download Xcode, and you also need to download the simulator for these things to work. And two, I know that when you have an Apple developer account, it gives you a key file. It doesn't ask for that key file and like where it is. So yeah, not entirely sure how we can go about that. Maybe there's like a little upload section where you can upload the key file Also regarding the onboarding phase, do we need to talk a bit more about, downloading Xcode, connecting your account to Xcode? I remember there was even a section where I had to somehow connect my phone to Xcode, my phone account, by doing something weird in the settings. And this allowed for the app to be tested and launched in the simulator while also uploading to the Apple Connect developer portal. Because there's a lot of intricacies and nuances there, and I just want to make sure the user, when coming in, is fully aware of all of these things. And yeah, okay, yeah, we'll leave it at that. That's gonna be 5 minutes right there. I think I might not even overcomplicate it with this. Do we talk about a bit more about, okay, I'm actually going to get rid of the Xcode stuff. Only because I think that is a problem that we can solve once the app factory is fully functional. So yeah, let's also remove all of that. I think that's overcomplicating things when the app factory we haven't even fully tested end to end. You know what I mean? I'm gonna notice in the settings, also, can you please look at the Sheldon folder in desktop and just fill out all of the setting details, including API keys and everything like that, so we can just quickly test the app factory as fast as possible. It's all in the Sheldon folder on the desktop. When mentioning any keys or any sensitive data, make sure to redact it. It doesn't need to be shown on the chat or in our chat or on the screen or anything like that. All right, let's do that. Your job is to review the code that Opus writes and give feedback. And whatever feedback you provide, I will send back into the Opus chat and you guys can go back and forth. Do you understand? Please read through the documents and the repo and understand everything about this project, the ins and outs, so you are well informed. I should also probably give it the context that I gave up here. Here is additional context. All right. Darko has newbie protection. I hope he doesn't become a yapper. Darko's a little bit of a yapper too, isn't he? Yo, Helios, what's your username on Discord? Is it different to what your thing is? Analog Abyss, welcome back to the streams, brother. My guy came from his mic not working to a sponsorship. Proud of you, bro. Hey, Drew. For real, hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. Back when my mic used to not work. This was the mic that wasn't working. What did Nest say, by the way? The one thing you need to worry about is that GPT 5.4 Pro can solve the wrong problems. You need Opus to review the proposal to make sure it's solved the right problem. Opus is I normally use for planning because it understands intent, but it's terrible at research. So if you have to create prompts for GPT 5.4 and have GPT 5.4 Pro make the proposals that Opus 4.6 checks, you'll get a better outcome. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Nest has got to be in like the top like 0.1% of like vibe coders out there, man. If you ever have a question I'm about to give you guys free game right now. All right. If you ever have a problem or a question, join the Discord and don't talk to me, man. Don't tag me, bro. Tag this guy. This guy. All right. This is the guy you want to tag. Like, tag him like as much as you want. All right. Oh, Helios's Matrix? Bro. Helios, brother. You're the biggest yapper of them all. What are you talking about? Matrix is the number one yapper. Dude, Helios out here pointing fingers, saying everyone else yaps. Bro, Helios, brother, you are literally the biggest yapper in the Discord by a fucking long shot. By a long shot, mate. Ness has a dope idea in the Discord for a code editor. Y'all should join the Discord and follow this guy, legend, for real. LMAA called out. Dude, yeah. Helios, brother. Helios is the number one yapper, brother. Nah, man. Helios, bro. Helios and his aura build, bro. Helios just loves talking about aura build. Every time you're in the chat, man, every time you want to talk about something, bro, we'll be talking about some deep shit too. And he'll come in there and he'll just talk about aura build, you know? It's like, we were talking about the economical and socio-economical state of the world, and you just want to talk about aura build, man. Like, come on, bro. What's up with that, man? Nah, it's good vibes in the Discord right now. I love it. It's cool because I feel like I don't see other Discords where the co-working channel is just consistently just, they've got people in it. The other day, there was literally a 48-hour freaking co-work thing. See this little timer up here that says like how long they've been in there for? There was a 48 hour. The timer was on 48 hours. I was like, what the hell? I'm pretty sure Ness was to do with like 24 of them. But yeah, crazy. All right, let me just quickly check that it didn't leak any of my keys. All set. Here's what I did. Copied all credentials from the desktop shouldered to the app factory. Copied the auth key file to the workspace. Updated the key path to point to the new location. So the desktop is everything is configured. Now regarding your onboarding observation, you're right. The settings UI is missing several critical fields right now. It only shows. Okay, cool. Nothing has been leaked. You're right, the settings UI is missing several critical fields right now. It only shows Apple ID, Team ID, Open Router key, and X credentials. It's missing Apple key, Gemini API key. Those only get set during the setup wizard, and if someone skips that, they're stuck. Want me to fix? I actually removed the setup wizard because I wanted users to come in and see the UI first before they got asked those questions. And so the onboarding actually fully replaces the setup wizard. So I'm not sure if you've seen, but I'm not sure if the code is still there. Maybe you need to clean it up a little bit, but we don't have that setup wizard showing at the moment. Let me just check if it added those settings, those credentials. If I give this a refresh. It's not showing. Not entirely sure why. Hey, Coco. What up, bro? Haven't seen you in a minute. Helios, it's not a lie. Come on. Drew, special delivery. What tool is this? This is Conductor. I've heard Goat in the chat. Yes, Aura is top notch. We got it to 60 hours. Did you actually? Damn. We got to do like a marathon one day. See if we can get it to like 100 or 200 hours. And I just stream in there for the week or something. What's up with Sway? Hey, I'm not going to lie. Sway, not doing too good, bro. Sway, not doing too good. Loki, bit of a flop. But hey, you have some flops sometimes. I'm not going to lie. I feel like it's just really difficult because Kalshi, the prediction market, has like location legalities, right? Where some days you can use it in Australia, other days you can't. And as a builder, it's like really difficult because now it's like I'm treading between the lines in terms of the law. And I don't know, it just got to a point where I'm like, okay, like maybe this isn't the right thing to be working on right now. Which is kind of a bit shitty because we literally spent like 20 days building out Sway. And there were some 10-hour live streams where I was literally just working on Sway. We probably spent like $2,500 in terms of AI tokens building this Tinder-like interface for prediction markets. And yeah, it didn't do that well. And it is what it is, man. At the end of the day, you're going to have failures. I think the way that I look at it is like how fast can you pivot? Now, in the same token, sometimes pivoting isn't the right move and you need to stick to what you're building if you believe in it and you think it's true. But yeah, I just feel like Sway was a bit too difficult for me living in Australia to build out as a developer because of the legalities, and it didn't actually do that well on the launch compared to when I launched Allminer, which it just did way better. So it kind of shifted my mindset a little bit in terms of, okay, maybe this is actually a bit harder of a market to break into than I thought it would be. So yeah, I think all in all we made like maybe $100, $100 or $200 in just trading fees. Not a whole lot. Okay, that's going on. While that's going on, we might as well add another instance. And then here I'll say wire up the research system. Wire up the research system. What's the terminal? Wrong terminal. Did I get rid of it? Okay. So now this is wiring up research. This is, I believe, building out the API key integrations. Let me just double check. That's all good. I'm curious when it comes to updating. When it comes to updating the app, do we just need to rebuild the installer every time? Yes. Since the app bundles everything. Okay. Rebuild every time. The web dashboard can run directly from source. It just reads the files. Okay. Also, let's rebuild and update. Let's rebuild. But also, when you said you added my credentials, I checked the settings and there was nothing there. Everything was blank. So please review. Also, for the setup, do we need to fill in also when rebundling and reinstalling, do we need to put the credentials back in every time? This can get annoying. So for the purpose of testing in developer mode, please find solution. Good, I have a clear picture. The source adapters, collectors, and synthesis are already. I just need a wire. Okay, now replace the validate idea. Okay. What's the thing you wanted to show us? Huh? MD Tron. What are you talking about? I wanted it to show you something. What's this been the source of the 47K? The apps, for real? Not the apps from the app factory. Yo, I just realized it'll be interesting to see the statistics on the app factory on that note. Let me just put in my details. So this is where we're at in terms of the apps that we built. We've got, of the 6 that we've deployed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're split into thirds. 2 got rejected, 2 got accepted, 2 are still waiting for review, which is just kind of crazy. Like, we submitted these ages ago, so I don't know why it's taking so long. And then these 2 is like a pretty simple fix. Let's go ahead and look at trends, because this is actually where there's some interesting shit. We'll be able to see how many downloads our app has received. So we've got an 18 downloads so far on Plant Pulse. We've gotten 1 download on Split IOU. So that's interesting. Plant Pulse got another 3 downloads here. And this is a bit outdated. You can see our date is 23rd of March, and this is up to 21st of March. So yeah, kind of interesting. A few statistics here. Now I haven't done any marketing yet, so it'll be interesting once we get into the marketing of things. Like, okay, how many users are we getting? Are we getting people who are paying? Like, I think that'll be really interesting. But let me just confirm that. Okay, all good. All right, so we've got this research thing submitted. Let's create PR. Please review the Nashville's work with the idea researcher. You said after 1 hour something, stay tuned in something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna share my sponsorship result earnings, as well as my YouTube earnings. So where is the money coming from? I've got my hand in a bunch of things as well. Read the description, bro. Breakfast shorts. But it's basically, if you wanna, I explained it in like the first 15, 20 minutes of the live stream. You could also go back there. But yeah, the description literally says everything. So it saves me from having to repeat myself. But right now we have no money coming in, like zero. Zilch. So the faster we can get this autonomous app factory out, the quicker we're going to have some funds coming in. Now, while this is kind of going on, let's actually just prompt my Sheldon. Let's get a sub agent going for the app factory. And let's connect him to an old bot, Discord bot. Brackets already in this server called Vegapunk. Let me know next steps. What's really cool about Discord, and when you actually have your Openclaw connected to Discord, is I can get him to do a task in here, and then I can come in here and be like, did you delete the old channels in the Discord? And he will work on both simultaneously. It's really, really a huge level up. Love this idea. Check the Discord developer portal, find the Vega bot, drop it here or in keys.md. Okay, cool. And he's able to go, nah, it wasn't me. I don't have permission to. It was you because I told you to rebuild the whole Discord. My freaking Sheldon, bro. He always thinks he doesn't have freaking permission to do anything in this Discord. I'm like, bro, you built this Discord, man. So funny. All right. Okay, so it needs me to go here and then get the Vegapunk key, and then I can DM Vegapunk and get the connection. What's your perspective on Conductor, Doobie? I really like it. I really like Conductor. It's very easy to understand for someone who's non-technical like myself. It gives you the ability to terminal. It gives you lets you look at all the files very quickly. You can look at the code if you want. When would I ever look at the code? Findings high. We're added for the new research module. Let me copy this. Always share your findings in .md format so it's easy to copy paste. Hold up. Easy, now I can copy this. Codex review. Made my first video. It's about the Philippines, but how we're going to be demolished by AI if we don't act now. Bro. Good shit, man. How long did it take you to film and everything? I'm doing good, silly lad. How you been, bro? I haven't seen you in a while. You been busy? Hey Jerome, make sure you stay consistent though, yeah? Like try to post at least one video every week, and don't expect like people to be watching until like 100 videos in. Like once you start, don't stop. 90% of YouTubers who start, they stop after their third ever posted video. 90%. So if there's like a billion people, billion is probably too much. But if there's like a million people that try to become a YouTuber in 1 year, 900,000 of them will stop at the third video. That means there's only technically only 100,000 new YouTubers coming out every year. You know what I mean? And then like if 90% leave after 3 videos, imagine how many leave after like 20 videos or 100 videos. Like the number gets smaller and smaller. So at the end of the day, it's not even about like how can you stand out. You stand out by being consistent, because 99% of people aren't consistent. Yeah, vibe coding and stuff. Sent you a DM on X, my bro. I'll have a look after the stream. Cheers, Drew. I just don't have the inspiration to make YouTube videos. I mean, you don't have to make YouTube videos, but I highly recommend some sort of building in public, because I'm not gonna lie, the amount of benefit that I've received from building in public is like insurmountable. It's not even calculable. It's priceless, because every time I code, I literally have people like Ness and Coda and all these smart people in the chat telling me if I'm doing something wrong. The speed and rate at which I'm learning is way faster than if I hadn't built in public. You know what I mean? And it's also two-pronged as well. Like if a app fails, which chances are, a lot of apps do fail, I still feel like I get something out of it, like at least you guys learn something and I learn something, and we can all kind of like talk about what went wrong. Like there's also a lot of accountability. Like I feel like if I don't live stream on certain days, like I'm letting you guys down. Like I feel like building in public is very, very beneficial. I'm not gonna lie. Like now that I've started, I can't see myself ever stopping. Let me just confirm that this is done. Gradient Finder is open. Already have all your keys. The file persists across the installs. The app only creates it fresh if it doesn't exist yet, and upgrades preserve it. So when you install this new DMG and open the app, your settings should show your credentials. Mask for security, you won't need to re-enter them. If settings still show blank after reinstalling, let me know and I'll dig into the specifics. Okay. Did you reinstall it already, or do I need to manually? Codex already found issues. You're referring to shows as head, and that commit is unrelated to the research review. How to show you updated code. Do I need to merge first, or do I just need to push? You don't need to merge to main, but I do need the code to exist in this workspace. In order for Codex to see your changes live, you need to do this. Need to make some rules, I think, so they're persistent across all. Additional advice, sure, stay consistent, but don't try to do too much or you'll be spread too thin. Wife and I are 250 days into daily vlogging. Damn, Tim. Congrats, bro. Not much time for other stuff. Keep at it, gents. Bro, 250 days of daily vlogging. Bro, that's huge. I don't even know if I could do that. Checking out your channel now. Is it a different channel? Yeah, but Tim's right. You don't always want to go too hard. Like, just try and see what is the easiest thing I can do consistently and then build on top of that. I've got a video coming out. It's in the works. It's a bit of a ways away, but it's like all my lessons that I've learnt in this series so far. Because I see a lot of people coming in the chat and being like, yo, why don't you have like a summary video or something? So all the lessons that I've learnt, and in there, I'm going to show how I think if you've got a busy schedule, how I think you could possibly fit time into making content or building in public. Because I'm not gonna lie, one of the lessons that I've learnt is how valuable building in public is. And I feel like a lot of people say, oh, I've got work though, oh, I've got kids. And so I found a way that I think, a little kind of exercise that I think you will be able to find time into how to make content. I hope it helps, because genuinely building in public, I think is very valuable. Okay, there's only one issue. All right. Okay. Thanks, wish me luck. Hope I can make a difference. People in the Philippines are effed if they stay stagnant. Everyone here needs to learn AI ASAP. Bro, everyone in the world is screwed, man, if they don't learn AI. But I think there's a lot more time than you think, you know? Because, you know, another perspective that I heard recently is Johnny that works at the cupcake shop, even though AI can handle admin for him, he's not gonna want AI to do that. You know what I mean? Like, you also got to consider work culture, and you also got to consider us as humans. You got to consider the Larrys of the world. You got to consider the Bobs of the world. You got to consider the people who just want to do their job with real humans, you know? And I think those people, think of all the small businesses out there, like the cafe owners that have an accountant that they talk to once a month, or the, you know, the marketing agency that has a designer that they've hired, or, you know what I mean? Like, surely you could, obviously you can get AI to design things now. You can get AI to build things now, but it's not the same. And there's a lot of tinkering. And I think that process from AI takes your job to where we are now is actually a lot further than a lot of people are thinking. Obviously, there is a fear of it happening eventually, but we might be a lot further out than you think we are. Because at the end of the day, you and everyone watching this live stream, we're inside of a little bubble of vibe coders and people who use AI every day, if not every day, a few times a week. There's people like my girlfriend who just has the free ChatGPT subscription and asks ChatGPT a question maybe once every 2 days. You know what I mean? Like, there's the majority of the people are like that. Majority of the people in the world haven't even touched ChatGPT yet. So yeah, I just feel like you gotta kind of like expand like your mind a little bit and expand your mind. Don't turn that into a meme, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of fear out there for us, and I don't know. I think we're at the front. We're in the top like 1% of people that use AI. Okay. Let me just copy this, paste it here. Every time you make a change or a fix, you need to send the branch and commit ID so I can send it back to Codex. Please also make this a Claude.md rule, so whenever I open a new instance, they all follow this. Okay, Finder is open at the disk to answer your question across reinstalls, which is complete. Why settings looks blanked. To install, open the DMG, drag Sheldon into applications. Okay, let's try this out. All right, there's Sheldon right there. Let me just double check. Nothing funky happens. Okay. It has gotten all my credentials. Okay, settings is looking good. Settings is looking good. One thing I did notice is all the credentials inside of the Apple section were not actually masked. All the other sections were masked except social, in the social section as well. It wasn't masked properly for one of them. So just make sure everything is masked. Done. Added the rule to Claude, so every new instance will follow it automatically. Great. Let me copy this. What is ChatGPT? Yeah, for real. Nose Night. I learned so much from this live streams. Nose Night, man. Half the time, I feel like you're trolling, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro. Nose Night. Half the time, I feel like you're trolling, bro. I can't tell. I can't tell if you're being legit or if you're trolling. Because I feel like half the time you're very sarcastic, and the other half of the time you like genuinely mean something. Like the other day in the Discord co-working chat, when someone was sharing all that illegal shit, you tagged me in the Discord and you were like, bro, there's some illegal shit happening in the co-work channel. And I thought you were trolling. So I was like, oh, Ban's just trolling. So I didn't even check. And then Vince messages me and he's like, bro, there's some actual illegal shit happening in the freaking co-working channel, man. We need to freaking change the rules, man. We need to freaking warn everyone, man. Shit's fucking up. Vince is like freaking out. I'm like, what the hell? It's a ban, bro. Honestly, you got to start adding a tag at the end of your freaking messages saying sarcastic in brackets, or just like leave it blank and I know you're talking legit. Even if it's stuff I know, I learn more. I really like your videos, not gonna lie. Even if it's stuff I know, I learn more. I'm glad, bro. I'm actually really glad because I feel like I script everything really thoroughly. So I try to really jam pack as much value into every video as I can. So I'm glad, bro. I'm glad that you guys find it helpful. AI is still behind in designing. We'll see how long it takes. I mean, I've seen some designers that are pretty crazy with AI, man. Like, it just requires a level of skill, you know? One-shot prompting designs, maybe not so good, but you can pretty much build just about anything with AI now, including designs. And if you prompt it correctly and if you know what to do, I definitely think you can make S-tier level designs. The Philippines economy is propped up by cheap outsourced work, basically virtual assistants, encoding, call centers, stuff like that. Sad to admit, but those are simple and AI will replace most. Yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. Like, I still have VAs that I use that I don't have Openclaw for, you know? Because there's some things that I trust a VA with rather than my Openclaw, and obviously maybe it's just the time that we're in. But as we continue to progress, maybe things will be different, but that's just how I feel right now. Is this a new DMG? I didn't see it get open. Let's just change it anyway, just in case. Okay, so no findings. Perfect. We're good now. So we can merge this. Commit and push. So technically, for the app factory, we don't actually need to rebuild every time we make an update. Is that correct? Does it just need to be merged in GitHub? And can we make that the criteria? Like, it just needs to be merged in the GitHub repo for it to take effect on the dashboard. That way we don't need to rebuild every time. We can just rebuild at the end just to save our information and data, I guess. All right, so will this be like Replit eventually? Not really. Are you talking about the autonomous app factory? I think the autonomous app factory, one might get to a stage where it becomes like an agentic coding tool. Like, maybe outside of apps, you can build other things. But I can't see it being a Replit. Hey buddy, you still haven't let me into the Discord. Jasco, brother, you need to remove any weird numbers that you have at the end of your username and make sure you have a profile pic. Because if you don't have those two things and your account needs to be older than 2 weeks, if you don't have those two things, our auto moderator is just going to think your account is a robot and it's going to auto decline your invite. So just make sure you have a few things fixed, your account doesn't look weird, and you should join in perfectly fine. Weird thing, I tried generating my thumbnail through Higgsfield and ChatGPT. GPT made the best thumbnail versus Kling and Nano Banana Pro and Nano Banana 2 Flash. Interesting. I've noticed the hit rate varies. Like ChatGPT actually has gotten better at image generation, but like the hit rate compared to Nano Banana might be like 1 in 5, or Nano Banana might be 1 in 3. You know what I mean? What the hell? Jasco, what's your Discord username? Let me look into it. All right, so technically if I actually, let me just close this. Oh. Good question. Right now, the packaged app bundles all the code inside shelled app, so changes in the GitHub don't affect the running app until you rebuild. But we can change that. The idea would be, instead of the app using its bundled code, it pulls from the GitHub repo or a local clone at launch. That way, merging to main, the app gets the update next time it opens. 2 approaches. During development, just run the dashboard directly from the repo. No rebuild needed. Changes take effect instantly. Rebuild only when you want a fresh .app to distribute. Auto update in the app for whether. Let me ask GPT. What do you think of this approach? Let me go bear with ball. All right, bear with ball. Let me suss you out, man. Have you tried joining? You're not in here. Here, I'll send you a friend request. Friends, add friend. All right, I sent you a friend request. And we'll look into why you're not working. Maybe there's a lot of people that are getting logged out, not just you. So it will be interesting. I think the framing is mostly right, but I would not ship the git pull on launch approach. What I'd recommend, dev mode from source, good. This is the right strategy. Packaging app from bad default. Keep using source mode during development. Keep the package app as a versioned explicit release artifact. Updates without full reinstall and an explicit update flow. Check a release version. For development, right? I don't want to have to keep reinstalling the package because that's kind of annoying. I think auto git pull is good because every time we merge a change, that means it automatically gets updated onto our dashboard and we can quickly test it out, right? And then when it can't, if we're happy with everything, we can then build the app with the new changes. Why do you think this is a bad idea? Put the music back on. Yeah, I get you. Also weird. Cling free generations won against Nano Banana Pro a couple of times when I tried making a few infographics. Interesting. And you use the same prompt across both? Have you tried Carl, GSD, or Paul? I haven't tried any of those. Why? What are they? For your use case, the goal is valid. That the part I object to is specifically the package app styling git pulls on launch and then runs whatever came down. While that's risky, even in dev, style becomes non-deterministic. It is good if you make it explicit dev mode, best version. Clone on launch, it can use a one-click open source launcher or dev mode launcher for the packaged app. Do not auto update silently on launch. Git integration, make it opt-in. Not against the workflow, against that hiding that workflow inside normal app startup. Let me just put this in here. This will make updating way quicker because it just kind of auto occurs. Completely agree. The packaged app should stay deterministic from your dev workflows. Let me set up a simple source launcher so you can iterate without rebuilds. Yes. This will actually help with future updates. Yes, it auto-generated some free cling credits against my wishes, but it was a pleasant surprise. Those are systems that help you vibe code better and more consistently. It helps Claude remember compatibility stuff so nothing breaks moving forward. Interesting. Are they like skills or like MCPs? What are they? Everything is masked now. Every single field the dev server is running from source with your credentials loading properly. You can open to see the dashboard. The first response you saw was from the old app, packaged app. Still running. So every time I merge my GitHub repo How fast will I see a change? The dev server runs directly from the repo source file, so changes are instant on page refresh, no merge delay, no rebuild. But to be clear, it's not watching GitHub. It reads the files on disk, so the flow is code gets measured on GitHub. You or an agent do a git pull in this repo, refresh the browser, changes are live. Step is necessary. Okay. How is the git pull done? Do I need to prompt you, or when I refresh, is it auto? Add a pull on refresh button to the dashboard. You'd need to prompt me or run git pull yourself. Just rereads. Want me to add a small auto pull to the dev server script? So yes. Okay. This is gonna help a lot. If the pull fails, done. Let's merge. Okay, I think we could probably get rid of this, because I kind of want full screen. I'm not gonna lie, it's like disadvantageous to not have this full screen right now, because then I can have this here and then this on the right hand side. I think their plugins, GSD is most popular. It's Get Shit Done. Oh, Get Shit Done. Few people have actually mentioned that now. I might need to check it out. It's been brought up a few times. Have you found it useful, Jerome? Also, real quick, I'm just gonna go bathroom. Give me a second. GSD is goated. I'll be using it in a new coming up. I did some research and Paul seems to be the best. I'll report back on results. Yo, you should link me in the Discord, Jerome, if you haven't already. Okay, so we got on the right hand side. Get this over here. All right. All right. Now, let's test this out. I press start app. Let me just double check I got the credentials in there. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Wait, are we? Okay, I think we're good. So, if I press start factory, it will build, test, and deploy apps from your queue. Use AI to brainstorm new app ideas and add them to the queue. AI ideate. I clicked it. So I just pressed AI ideate in the app factory and nothing happened. There was nothing to really show that it was working. And honestly, there's no new ideas that have been generated. So I'm not really sure if it's working. Yeah. What is actually the use case for the start factory button? Because I just pressed it and nothing happened. I think if the app factory is fully empty, there's no active projects, there's no idea queue, then starting the app factory should start the first flow, which is coming up with ideas. It should auto AI ideate and come up with an idea. And then once it comes up with the idea, it goes to the next phase and the next phase, and it just goes through its normal rounds. All credentials are set in settings of the app factory. There's only an example. All output is silence. The button launches a script. So settings saved to config.env, not env. Let me check how the research script and the ideation subprocess pick up those credentials. Now I see the full picture. Here's what's happening. Why nothing happened when you press start. The start button runs Python as a subprocess, but there are two problems. It pauses, which isn't a valid argument. The arg pass doesn't have that flag, so it likely crashes silently. Apple goes to dev null, so you'd never see the error. What the orchestrator actually does when it runs. The loop is check blocked projects, process active projects, start new project from queue, run research if queue is slow. If the queue is empty and there are no projects, the loop just does nothing. It doesn't auto-generate ideas from scratch. It only runs research ideas when the queue has fewer than 2 unbuilt ideas, but that requires the queue file to exist first. Your expectation is right. Want me to? Yes. All right, got that working. Man, once we can get over this hump, the app factory is going to be unstoppable. Okay, now while that's going on, I'm just going to go ahead and look at these apps that got rejected. App Store regulations permits. Under the Digital Services Act, you must provide and verify information regarding your account. If you don't, there may be payment delays. App Store server notifications. This is distribution. Go into hang on a second. So I go into Pantry Pal. We come here, scroll down. What's this? Specify the geographic region supported by app. Okay. What's this? App review information. No. Start button, crash, remove the invalid environment variable. Empty queue does nothing. Remove the flow when you start. Give me branch ID and commit. Okay. Medium. Okay. Merge these two, and then I'm going to test out the app factory. It should start working after this is fixed. Okay. Oh, actually, I gotta. Can we have configurations so that the user is able to pick how many active projects do they want? Maybe they only want to work on one active project at a time. Maybe they want only 3 active projects at a time. Maybe they only want 5 active projects at a time. I think a maximum of 5, but maybe we should let the user pick, you know? And that'll kind of make it easier, especially early on while we're testing things. We can do multiple different loops, because one of the biggest issues I found in testing when we were building the app factory for the first time is all 5 apps would be built and active in projects, but then we'd find a bunch of bugs for each of those apps, and we couldn't test out the new loop until every single one of those apps was submitted, which was a headache because some of the apps weren't even that good. So I think we should have some sort of toggle feature, and I think it needs to be separate to the settings section, because the settings has all this sensitive data, and I feel like they should be separate. So yeah, maybe it's another toggle outside of settings. Maybe it's called yeah, I don't know what we'd do it, or how we'd call it, or where we'd place it, but give me some ideas maybe. And I'm actually going to put this into Codex first. Give a brief prompt for me to paste into Opus. Yo, who's flute maxing right now? And add a user facing control for max active projects. Context. Okay, cool. So if I press AI ideate right now, we got a log here, AI generating new app ideas. AI ideation started, generating app, AI ideation complete. That was quick. So if I refresh, review status, what? Weird. Weird, doesn't look like it worked. So I just pressed AI ideate, and I saw in the logs that AI ideation started and that it completed. However, I didn't see anything pop up in idea queue on the dashboard. So a little bit confused there. Also, there was nothing popping up on the screen to tell me that it had worked, which I don't think is good. It's kind of bad UX. People might want to press the button multiple times and it might override things. Okay. Let's just say every time I refresh the dashboard, the logs section is like different. Like it's not persistent throughout. Like it's showing past logs, but it's not showing my most recent logs. And when I refresh, they look different. I don't know how to explain it. Just look into it and figure out what's going on. Alright, we got 3 working right now. We got... Okay. Am I able to rename these? Because I get mixed up on the names, to be honest. Edit branch name. Okay, you can rename them. Maybe you might need to do that. Is building a following hard? Hell yeah, bro. Building a following is so hard. I think it's extremely hard. I've been trying for like 2-3 years now, maybe even longer. And only recently have I been seeing success. So, you know, you kind of got to put your hours in early. Now, maybe that time could be shorter, maybe that time could be longer, but I definitely think there's a lot of nuances and skills and a lot of things around like how entertaining are you that you need to consider, you know, and that you need to build up. You need to build up those skills, your charisma. How charismatic are you when you talk about ideas? Can people feel your passion through the screen, you know? I feel like there's a lot of your voice. What does your voice sound like, you know? Because when you speak your ideas, maybe you sound fake, you know? I think it is very hard. It's probably easier for some, harder for others. It depends. But you got to put the reps in early, man. And you just got to make sure to learn every time. And then you'll make it. I'm building some Solana bot now with Rust. And that language is so hard. So AI for the rescue, I guess. Yeah, man. I mean, when I built the ore miner, it basically just built the entire... Replit just built the entire thing for me and it was easy. There were a lot of bugs though. Could you use this AI model to completely recreate the model as a local AI agent? Probably not. It's worth a shot. It's a good question. It's worth a shot, but I don't think it would. I don't think you'd have enough computing power, man, to run Opus. Opus 4.6, dude. I can only imagine how many data points that is. Do we need to merge first, or it should just work? Here's what was built. Build speed toggle sits right on the control bar. So if I refresh, I'm not seeing that build speed. So means that we need to, let's merge so I can see. Do we need to merge first? So it should just work. The dev server runs directly from the source code in this repo. Just refresh your browser page and the changes are live. So now you can press AI Ideate. You should see the button change text, get a toast, and when it finishes or fails, you'll get another toast with the result. This may take a few minutes. Check the queue. Okay. Why are we using OpenRouter to research? It doesn't make any sense. The whole point of having the browser API and the X research skill is so that we can literally search the web ourselves and find this data. Like, we don't need OpenRouter's API. So what? The AI can just bring up some mock data? Like, it doesn't make any sense. What is your reasoning behind this? Because don't you think that the research is inherently flawed if we use AI? Because especially OpenRouter, like, that's just gonna mock up data. Like, we don't know how legit that data is unless we research it ourselves as the primary source of evidence. Fixed. Every time I refresh the dashboard, the log section. Okay, let me. Okay, so let me just copy this. Paste it here. Okay, refresh this. I'm not seeing it. Build speed toggle on the control bar now. Where's the control bar? I don't see it. Hey, Capturing the Third, what up? How you doing? What do you think of MCPs? Are they worth investing into? I mean, yeah, some are good, some are bad. I think skills are honestly better because MCPs take up a lot of context. How much computing power do you think would be necessary to recreate a localized version of the AI agent? I mean, there's different models, right? Like, there's models that are a lot smaller that you can run. And there's models that are a lot bigger that need a lot more computing power and a lot more RAM, which is why RAM is expensive. What up, Capturing the Third? What's good? Going good, bro. How are you? 16 gigabytes of RAM for like a decent 7B model. Well, what's 7B compared to Opus though, you know? Well, isn't it Opus 1 trillion? So 7B is in hindsight is like nothing, right? Local models aren't there yet, in my opinion. Been away from home, been working in the province for the past 2 weeks, working closely with the government over there. Oh, nice. Sounds like fun, bro. Are you still vibe coding or are you not able to because you're working outside of your, I guess, developer environment? Doesn't MCP connect data to your model and skills teach it how to use it? They work together rather than one replace the other, right? I'm pretty sure skills can replace MCPs because every single thing that has an MCP can just have a skill to teach it. Let's actually, you know what? This is probably a bit beyond me, so let me actually ask. What is the difference between a skill and an MCP? And, you know, personally, I feel like skills are better than MCPs when it comes to vibe coding and, you know, AI and using AI because it requires less context. Because I feel like everything that an MCP does, a skill could just teach. So what are your thoughts? Let's see what GPT 5.4 has to say about it. They solve different problems. A skill is usually a packaged set of instructions, patterns, context, and workflows that teach the model how to do something well. An MCP is usually a live bridge to a tool, system, or external resource so the model can actually do something or fetch something in real time. The cleanest way to think about it is skill, know-how, MCP capability, connection. A skill helps the model answer better by giving it. But technically, couldn't the skill just teach you how to get the information that the MCP provides you without needing the MCP? Only if you are the one doing the fetching. This is the core distinction. A skill can teach a process for obtaining information, where to look, what commands to run, but without MCP tool access, the model still cannot directly access the system itself. So there are really three cases. Skill alone, the AI says open Superbase, check table X, run this SQL, look at these logs, paste the result back here. MCP alone, the AI has direct access and can inspect the schema, fetch the logs, read the file, query the database. The skill tells the AI how to investigate properly. So can a skill replace an MCP? Partially yes, functionally no. Interesting. It can't replace permissions, direct system access, live reads, live writes, and automation. Well, there you go. What's the voice to text I'm using? I use Whisperflow. I think I got a link in the description if you want to check it out. No, I do not. Yeah, it's called Whisperflow. Pretty fun. Definitely vibe coding every day and showing the mayor who I'm close with, what's up, and things we can do for the city. That's cool. Dude, that's really cool. If you guys are able to like benefit the city from your vibe coding, that's awesome. I'm pretty much going to be the AI builder of the city mayor, which is my childhood home. Childhood homie. Let's go. Nothing, Chiga. He just pressed the voice command on ChatGPT. Nah, Jasco, I'm using Whisperflow. Don't listen to Nose Knight. He's trolling. I would like to build my own home data center to begin a localized AI agent research project to further develop a more capable agent. I'm pretty sure that's gonna... You should watch this video. I don't know if it's probably a bit beginner for you, but I don't know if you guys know about PewDiePie. But he like built his own... I trained my own AI, it beat ChatGPT. Watch this video because it's interesting how the process that he went through, and it kind of gives you an understanding of like some of the challenges that you can face if you were to train your own AI. Highly recommend this video. Check it out. Good watch. But yeah, I think when I was talking to like Kimmy and stuff. Oh yeah, while we're there, let me talk about my YouTube sponsorship with Kimmy. So I locked in a sponsorship deal with Kimmy and I made this video. And this one right here. And I'm not planning on doing too many sponsorship videos, but you know, obviously I'm new to the content game and I just wanted to see like, okay, like how does this process work? And at the end of the day, you can literally see right here, I have been talking about Kimmy openly quite a lot. So I felt like it was a good match, a good fit. And so I made this video right here. I replaced my Openclaw setup. Now, some people weren't happy about the fact that I had a sponsorship video in the first place, which I don't really understand. Like at the end of the day, I disclose that it's a sponsor, like is what it is. It's also Kimmy. Like it's not like some shitty sponsorship from like a small brand. It's Kimmy. Kimmy is like one of the biggest AI companies in the world. So I don't understand what the issue is with me doing a sponsorship video. I don't plan to do many of them because obviously the viewership is like, it's nowhere near compared to the other videos that I make, right? But I also like being very in control of my content. But we can go and look at, if we look at managed videos, we can see my dashboard. Oh, actually not that one. You can see I have made $1,530, okay? And this video specifically has made $14, which is not a whole lot. If we were to actually look at like this video, for example, it's made $462. So huge difference, right? But yeah, Kimmy paid me. Now I tried to get Kimmy to pay $3,000 US for this video. Okay. And the way that I came up with that price point was I literally screenshotted this and I pasted it into Gemini, I pasted it into ChatGPT, and I pasted it into Claude, and I got all of them to give me my rates, and then I put those rates into each other because they all had wildly different answers, and they came with like a more similar answer, and it came with $3,000. Now that was a bit too high for Kimmy. They came back and they were like, look, we're happy to do 2,000. And I was like, bro, this is my first ever sponsorship deal. I didn't know that they pay that amount of money. Like, I thought sponsorships weren't that much, man. I thought you get like a few $100. Turns out you can get really good money from sponsorship deals. So Kimmy paid me $2,000 to make this video. And that's 2,000 US. So that's technically 3,000 Australian to make this video. And that was super relaxed, actually. They gave me like a brief, but they were like, you can pretty much do whatever you want. And yeah, they paid me $2,000 for that video. And one thing I did notice though in the contract, it didn't actually say when they would pay me. So even though I posted this video, I'm not sure when I'm gonna get my payment, but hopefully it's not too big of a deal. I'm not planning on making too many of these sponsorship videos. Obviously it hurts my viewership. I wanna kind of maintain a high level for you guys and for myself as well. Like, this is kind of my baby, right? So if it hurts my baby, I don't want to do it too much. But yeah, kind of crazy that one freaking video by Kimmy, they paid me, because this is Australian dollars, right? So they paid me 3,000 Australian dollars. If we do the maths, USD to AUD. So 2,000 US dollars is $2,851 they paid me. And all the videos that I've ever posted on my channel have made me $1,500. Actually, that's not true. They've made me $1,788. So I've literally made more than my entire YouTube channel has ever made in ad revenue just from one single sponsorship video, which is crazy. Because if you think about it, I'm quite a small creator. Like, there's way bigger creators out there than me. Like, imagine how much Alex Finn would be getting paid. He's got 164K. His videos get over 100,000 views. Like, he'd be getting sponsorship deals. And this has kind of changed my view on YouTube a little bit, because I feel like no one actually talks about how much money they make from sponsorship deals. You know what I mean? So now I can only imagine if this guy talks about a certain sponsorship, he's not getting $10,000, $20,000. Dude, this guy's getting like $30,000 to $50,000 per sponsorship deal. So yeah, I just want to let you guys know, if you see a big YouTuber talk about a sponsorship of some sort, just know they're getting paid a fuck ton, like a huge amount of money, to the point where like it's actually ridiculous. And so just be aware when certain people are pushing certain things, maybe it is influenced by a fat bag. How do you talk negatively? Like, surely, even like with Kimmy Claw, when I was making this video, I noticed like, okay, they're paying me $2,000. How can I, even though they say that I have creative freedom, how could I possibly say something negative? You know what I mean? And so now if you think about that and like you extrapolate it into other creators who are getting paid way more than me, they're getting paid the $30,000, $40,000. How the fuck could you possibly be like, oh, but like they're not that good? So now it's made me realize you really have to make sure that you like the brand, you like the product, because at the end of the day, they're paying you so much money that it's like, it's hard to even say something negative. You know what I mean? And so obviously take what I say in the video with a grain of salt. They did sponsor me. You know, while I was testing it, there were bugs in Kimmy. You know what I mean? There were bugs that I found in Kimmy, and I just felt like, you know, can I even bring this up in the video? And when I talked to the team about it, they were like, oh, you know, we've just got really high demand right now. like we're updating our servers and those issues aren't going to be there when other people come in and use them. So I was like, okay, fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, the sponsorship videos, you make good money, but honestly, it doesn't feel right, you know? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel true to the type of content that I want to make. So probably won't be doing too many of them in the future unless it's like a product that I love. Imagine if Claude Code came up and sponsored me. Like that's the type of shit that I want to do. Obviously Kimi, I already pushed them. I really do enjoy using Kimi for Openclaw, especially when it comes to cron jobs and heartbeats. So when they reached out, I had to reply. But yeah, that's about how much money I made. Hope that helps open your eyes a little bit to content creation, because like seriously, these guys are getting paid a shit ton of money. And so just take whatever sponsorship that they bring up with a grain of salt, because like genuinely, I don't know how you can, especially because all the sponsorship guys, they say the same thing. They're all like, oh, freaking, like, you know, oh, you have full creative freedom. You have full creative freedom. But here's a brief of all the points that I want you to bring up. And I'm like, okay, like that's not quite, you know what I mean? It's not quite creative freedom. 30 to 40K, what the hell? Okay, I want to be a YouTuber now. But being a YouTuber is pretty hard. Imagine how hard it would have been for Alex Finn to get that big. You know what I mean? Like that's the other side of things. It's actually really hard to grow. So you have to be super consistent over a long period of time, over years, to get to a level where you can get sponsorship deals that are paying you good money. So I see both ends, you know what I mean? Like it's hard, but yeah. I want to make videos. Sponsorship videos are huge. Yeah, but you also got to think about a balance, right? Because if all your YouTube video channel is just sponsorship videos, who the hell is going to watch you, bro? No one just wants to watch you talk about your sponsorship videos all the time. And then that's going to reduce your YouTube growth, which is then going to make you get less sponsorships. So it's a balance as well. Nose night. Being a YouTuber is the modern rapper. People would push hard to get famous rapping to make it big nowadays. People push hard to be a famous YouTuber because you can make more money than making music. Bro, yeah, YouTube, like the different amount of revenue streams from YouTube is crazy. If you think about it, you build your own audience, right? You can sell your own product to your audience. Then you have ad revenue. Then you have sponsorship deals. Then you have affiliate marketing. Then you have all these different things that it's like kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like at being a YouTuber, there's so many different ways to monetize. And it's just like, you obviously don't need to pick all of them, but it's just interesting, you know, because this is very new to me as being a creator and a YouTuber. And it's like very interesting to see like, okay, wow, this is actually like, how did I actually get paid $2,000 to make a video? You know, I do that shit for free. I literally make these videos for free. If anything, I'm losing money because I just hired an editor. So it's super interesting that, you know, companies pay that much. Maybe you shouldn't have called it Openclaw Killer. Maybe that affected viewership. Lol, not sure. I mean, that was actually the winning thumbnail. So let me show you. I can show you a bit more on the statistics, but check this out, Joshua. So every time I make a video, right, I actually do an A/B test. And what this does is it lets you look at multiple different things. So if I go into this video, you can see that view test report. So you can see here, I actually had 3 different titles, okay? And with 3 different thumbnails. I had cheapest and most secure way to run Openclaw. And I had this thumbnail. It got 31% of the watch time share. Then I released this one, which is Kimi Claw, and its fastest and simplest Openclaw setup, 24%. This was actually the winner. This is what brought in the most views. So yeah, every single video that I make, it's like I always run through this approach. I have 3 different titles and 3 different thumbnails, and it might seem like a lot of work, but you also got to consider if I'm spending 40 hours on a video editing it, that's not even including the filming. If we include filming, that's probably another 10 hours. So literally 2.5 days worth of work, of really deep work too. Like you're stuck, glued to your computer, editing for like literally 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night. You want to make sure that you're squeezing every single view you can get out of it, right? So yeah, I feel like it's worth putting the extra time, because if you can get an extra 2,000 views from a video just because your thumbnail and title is different, 100% worth it, you know? Starting to realize thumbnails are very important. 47K from a vibe-coded app. You can read the description if you want to know where the money's come from and the journey so far. Colin is saying, for most creators, AdSense winds up being a small portion of their total revenue. Yeah, 100%, which is really interesting, because when I first came into YouTube, my mind was set on AdSense. I was like, AdSense, AdSense, AdSense. How much money can I make from ads? And then as I'm getting into it, I'm kind of like, oh, hang on a second. AdSense actually isn't very sustainable. Like, I don't know, like one day I'll get a spike, the next day I won't get a spike. And like, you know, am I only going to stay at $25 a day? Like, you know what I mean? It's not as reliable and sustainable, I feel. So yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy. Openclaw is kind of slop, but it's a good, quick and simple harness. I think Openclaw is good and bad. There's pros and cons. I'm actually making a video right now called building my own Openclaw from scratch. That's like in the pipeline. And it's looking at how to make your own. But I think there's a lot of pros to Openclaw. And there's a reason why, you know, NVIDIA and OpenAI and all these big companies are so interested in it. Yo, my screen share was off that whole time? You're joking, right? Dude, I was literally sharing my statistics. Are you telling me that this whole time you guys didn't even see this? Dude. You're joking. How long was I doing that for? Ah, it looks like it just happened in the middle. Okay. Alright, cool. It wasn't off for that long. I think you guys missed out on this though. So basically what I was trying to show is inside of Openclaw, you've got these A/B tests that you can run. So if I go details and then I go into view test report, this is what I was talking about with the different watch times. This is what I meant. You good, bro? We saw everything? Okay, cool. Do you make your titles and thumbnails first? I definitely have like an idea of how the title and thumbnail should look. And then I have heard like you want to make that first so the rest of the video kind of flows with it. But yeah, I definitely do think about how the title and thumbnail needs to look first and then make the video so it all flows. But yeah, hope that is helpful. Let's go back into this. So let's go through every single one. Here's what was wrong. Every time I refresh the dashboard, okay, so merge. And then here it says no findings. The patch does what it says. Cool. The Reddit search works perfectly. 45 real signals. The research pipeline itself is working correctly. Reddit scraped 45 real user posts from iOS app subreddits. These signals were formatted into synthesis prompt. AI was separate. You'd need to add credits at OpenRouter, or we could switch the synthesis step to use a different provider. Do you want to? Let's have Gemini as a backup. How about we have Gemini as a backup? So if OpenRouter doesn't work, we then fall back into Gemini. And then that way it should just run smoothly, right? Also, how is the actual research phase occurring? You know, with looking at different subreddits and stuff, how does it decide what subreddits to look at? How does it decide what words to look up, what's keywords to search. Like, where are these actual, I want to know where this all stems from. What's the starting point? You know what I mean? Are you just randomly throwing out random words? Do you have like a category of like 100, 200, 300 different niches that you just randomly pick? Like, what is the actual starting process? Because I think that's going to be very important. If it's just looking through iOS app subreddit the whole time, we're probably not going to get the best ideas. What do you use to record plus edit videos? I literally record my videos on my phone. I'm not going to lie. Because I got the teleprompter app on my mobile device, and I got the latest iPhone. So it's like the best camera that you can get on a phone. And I just read the screen while I'm recording. And then I edit on Premiere Pro. And I've just found that to work well for me. I do have a camera, like I literally have a camera, but I don't use it because I feel like it's almost an inconvenience. And I should probably get out of that habit, but I don't know. I feel like when I'm recording content, I just want to have to be able to just press a button on my phone and hit record. It's way faster. I can just airdrop it straight to my laptop and begin editing. Like I probably save like at least an hour every time just doing it from my phone. Now, that being said, obviously we're getting more views on the channel, so I should probably not be thinking in that mindset, but it goes to show, like, you can just start with your mobile device, man. No one's complaining about the camera quality on my videos. Not a single comment has complained about camera quality. So I think you can definitely film from your phone. I've seen a lot of big creators film from their mobile device as well. I don't think it's that bad. Okay, that's good. The running app serves from... You need to copy the updated files there. Want me to update the live apps files, so you need... Okay, let me actually show this. That's good. So I need to copy this. If the auto merge on GitHub repo works, then why am I seeing this issue inside other Claude instances? Okay, cool. That's weak every time researches the name. On the search queries right now, there's just 5 hard-coded queries I wrote. There's no strategy behind them, no niche rotation, no category system. It literally, these static strings every time. Wish app existed, or app idea, or someone could build subreddit iOS apps. Looking for app or need app or recommend app. Subreddit iOS apps. Frustrating or annoying or missing feature. Subreddit iOS apps. I mean, that's not terrible. Gemini responded, but the JSON parsing failed. Gemini sometimes wraps JSON in Markdown code blocks. Let me fix the parser to handle that. Okay, let that run. I haven't noticed. Keep running the phone method, bro. Nobody cares. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll probably just continue with my filming from my phone then, if no one's even noticed. I've noticed more people care about the audio. So I obviously use this microphone. If I film from my phone, but the audio quality is really solid, then I've noticed that that is good. How did start getting paid on YouTube? You need to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. If you can connect those two things, then YouTube, you get added to the monetization program or whatever. Are you building iOS apps? Yes, sir. What about Adhere Bautista? Are you building iOS apps too? Is Conductor using your Claude subscription, or are you paying API pricing? Yeah, it uses my Claude subscription. Is it okay to run Openclaw on a MacBook M4 Pro? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Is it your personal Mac or not? If it is your personal Mac, then maybe there's a little bit of risk involved there. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna have access to your personal files. And you know, sometimes that could be an issue, but hey, if you're living life on the edge a little bit, then I don't see any issues. Just make sure that you install Tailscale, which is this thing right here, which is not even working for me right now, and you should be good to go. I've got an Openclaw masterclass video coming out mid next week, which will teach you security, it'll teach you setup, it'll teach you everything, complex systems, how to automate your marketing, how to build an autonomous app factory, how to basically build anything for your Openclaw. That's a masterclass video. I've split it up into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And in the masterclass video, it's gonna break through each level, and you don't go to the next level without finishing the previous level. I think it is a really intuitive way to learn Openclaw, and I feel like there's a lot of tutorials and masterclasses out there, but they're very like not showing everything. You know what I mean? Like someone did a masterclass video that went for an hour, but it only talks about your VPS setup. And then Alex Finn did another masterclass, but it only talks about your local setup. So I was like, what the hell, bro? Where is the guy that's making the masterclass video for everything? Hey, the AI ideation worked for a split second and then went away. Intent Lens AI. Let's see, research is now source backed. 15 niche categories: health, finance, productivity, food, education, home, parenting, travel, pets, creative, mental health, shopping, cars, social, documents. Cool. Each run rotates through 3 niches, so every research cycle explores different territories. AI's role changed. Before AI invented fake data, now AI only analyzes and structures real signals from Reddit X into app ideas. Refresh the dashboard and try AI Ideate. The 5 ideas from the last test should already be in your queue. You can hit AI Ideate again to get fresh ideas from different niches. The other coordinates is running the dashboard from the packaged app, not from the repo. Shouldn't we have additional context so when new Claude instances are made, they are aware of this? Otherwise, this will continue to be an issue. The running apps. Ideations. Good point. Let me add that to Claude MD. So every new now every new agent instance will know: don't touch files, work in repo, not in the bundle, use the dev server for the iteration, only rebuild the AMG. Yes. Got it. Let me save that as memory. So this is the dev server, I believe, that we're inside of. Okay. Got it. Let me save that as a memory for all future instances. Every new Claude instance will now know to work in the repo and use the dev server. Never touch this installed app bundle. Okay. Okay, cool. Should probably put it in here as well. Even here as well. So they're all aware. Maybe I gotta start new ones entirely. Yeah, I don't care either. I mean, it's a short. So I mean, if it's even for the short form, but also for the long form content, I'm using it through my phone. Hey, Adahir, building iOS apps. What you building, bro? Joshua says, yeah, but I don't have anything downloaded on it. Should I sign out of all my accounts? If you haven't got anything downloaded on it, I think that's fine. Just make sure, just double check if you have any like, you know, sensitive data on there, like your credit card details, or maybe like your Google account has access to something that you don't want. But if you don't mind, then it should be fine. Now just sign out, do a fresh wipe of it. Will be dedicated to this. If it will be dedicated to that, yeah. Yeah. Also, yo, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. I got 35 people watching, 37 people watching. I saw earlier we had 40 people watching, and there's only like 20 likes on this live stream. So like up the stream, man. Got like 5 apps in the oven inspired by Doobie. Yo, Damon's hustling, bro. All right, it actually did work. The queue has 5 new ideas. You didn't see anything. No, that was after I fixed some issue. Okay, you know what? It's fine. That was a separate run on a new Claude instance. But where is the build speed toggle? Let's give this a refresh. Okay, cool. Archive this. The right direction. Cool. The build speed toggle is already merged to main commit, but the running app at is an older build that doesn't have it. Dude, oh my god, this is frustrating me. I am getting frustrated with Nashville v1 instance. Why isn't it working? Why are they confused? Please give me a prompt to make them understand. I see the issue. The other Claude. Stop. Read this carefully before doing anything else. They haven't pulled the latest Claude MD. I've been liked, broski. Legend. Analog, my bad. All good, bro. Closing in on 3 hours. I usually stop here, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm just gonna grab a drink of water and we can continue. Give me a sec. Masterclass? Question mark? That is the video that I'm working on right now. It's gonna go for like an hour long. I've never had a video that big before. Oh, let's refresh. Oh, there it is. 5 apps at once, full throughput. Balanced 1. Can confirm that it works. Can we confirm this actually works? Okay, so we've got Intent Lens AI. Let's have a look at this. An AI-powered dating app assistant that helps users discern genuine intentions and verify profile authenticity by analyzing text and images. Interesting. Yo, dude, that's actually kind of funny. Individuals frustrated by misleading profiles, unclear intentions, and AI-generated content on mainstream dating apps. Dude. AI photo authenticity scan. Uploader matches photo to detect signs of AI generation or heavy manipulation. Bio intent analyzer. Get an AI-powered assessment of a profile's text to identify stated or implied long-term versus casual dating intent. Dude, this is so funny, bro. Chat clarity coach, bro. Receive AI suggestions to refine your own profile or for clearer communications of your dating goals. Bro, what if you just prompt the AI like, I just want to fuck, man. I just want to fuck. I just want to fuck, man. I just want to have a girl in my bed, man. What do I do, man? That's actually funny. Existing dating apps focus on matching, but fail to provide tools for users to verify the authenticity of profiles. Help found on dating app is He AI. 28. Most people on dating apps aren't actually looking for anything. Why most men on the apps are only looking for something casual, and even if they say they aren't, in reality they are. Girls on dating apps, what are you seriously looking for from a profile? While some apps offer basic verification, the core AI feature involves both image analysis, cool, to identify AI generated or heavily edited profile pictures, and natural. Dude, that is crazy. Imagine like some dude has got like a bald head and he's just AI generated like hair on his head. Dude, that would be the fattest L ever, bro. Oh man, casual hookup versus serious. I think part of this could be like, add your notes for the build. I do have some notes actually. I think on one side, it's like, verification and, intent is huge, right? But also on the other side, if this AI is actually able to help someone find a partner, then it's a selling point within itself. So part of it could be like uploading a screenshot and asking AI, what do I respond to this? Like kind of almost like a text coach as well. Even like being able to copy the image and paste it in, like I think that would be a huge, huge feature. All right, so we're gonna test out this now. We're gonna test out this inside of AI Ideate. If I copy this and I paste it in here and I say add. Okay, cool. So this is actually a note that I believe will be added to the build. I thought it would actually reiterate some of the ideas behind this, but no, it's actually gonna be on the build. All right, let's go to Nashville and let him know. I want this to be a hard gateway. So let's say there are 3 active projects. If user goes and selects one, then they would need to wait. Make sure all 3 active projects have been handled before the app factory continues to produce one. This is really cool. Intent Lens AI. I don't think I love the name. I think there should be a toggle here that lets me change just the name. I think we can pick better names. Those AI generated girls on OnlyFans be making millions. Let's be real on dating apps. You kind of have to say you're not just looking for a hookup to actually hook up. Hey, bro knows what's up. Bro knows what's up. Hey, Big Daddy hung. Big Daddy, who is also hung, knows what's up. Hasn't that been done before? Riz GPT or something? Yeah, it actually has. But you know what? You're not trying to reinvent the wheel, bro. Because if you look at this, let me show you something real quick. If you look at this, right? This tweet is a very good summarization. I won't build this app because it already exists. Meanwhile, 15 plus PDF scanners are splitting $10 million a month. Stop overthinking and start shipping. All of these apps you see here functionally do the same thing. Yet if you go zoom in close, you can see that they're making $1 million a month, 6 million, 500K, 60K, 100K, 30K, 500K, 1,000, whatever that is, 30K, 10K, 200K, 5K, 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 400K. Like, just don't overthink it, man. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. And honestly, the fact that a successful app has come out of it goes to show that this is actually something that people want. That actually validates the idea further. So yeah, don't overthink it, man. Don't ever feel like, oh, that app already exists, like I can't make it. At the end of the day, every single app has already existed, man. Every app exists already. It's like, can you maybe market better? Can you maybe do something better? You can just share the audience size, like the world is a lot bigger of a place than you think it is. And there's room for multiple winners. Okay, cool. So we got that. I also want in idea queue the ability to edit the name. So I can pick my own app names. Simple feature, but I think it's big. So now if I were to start factory, it should pick up this one, right? Actually, if I paused it, stop factory, stop all operations, this will halt the AI immediately. Okay. I want to rename this. What should we name it? Intent lens AI is kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. How do you actually make money from apps? Is it a subscription or something? Yeah, exactly. So to use the app, you do like a free trial, 7-day free trial, and then by the end, you give it like a subscription based service. Oh no, Big Daddy Hung got a story for us. I remember I hooked up with 2 chicks on Tinder back to back. Come to find out, they were both roommates at the same local community college. What are the odds? Needless to say, they were mad at me. Yo, Big Daddy, bro. That's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. How do you actually make money from that? You just need a small cut of the pie. Yeah, exactly. Most apps are subscription based. These days, in my opinion, at least the good ones. This is just like deploying meme coins. You launch an app, make some profit, then move on to the next one. I mean, not really. Because the app can stay and continue to help people long term. So if you think of a meme coin, right? Or a cryptocurrency, that needs to be your priority and your focus, because that isn't going to continue to run unless you put time towards it. Whereas an app can help someone in their note taking without you having to be there to keep iterating on it. You know what I mean? Like a plant identifier app can continue to identify plants once it's built. And that's a really cool thing about software and vibe coding is you can build something once and it can be used 100,000 times. Yeah, I would have thought the revenue fall off would be harder, like Google search results. Call it Intentra. Ooh. Intentra. Yo, I don't mind Intentra, you know. I see what you're doing there. Big Daddy Hung was taking them down. That's funny, dude. Bro, at this point, I'm convinced Big Daddy be hung, bro. Like, you ain't naming that. You ain't naming yourself that unless you got it, you know? Because if you don't got it, bro, like, that shit ain't matching, you know? All right, let's look at the next app idea. Hopefully it's not as crazy. An AI-powered productivity hub designed for ADHD brains, seamless integrating notes, tasks, projects, and calendar with intelligent task generation. Adults with ADHD or anyone seeking a highly organized AI assistant. Okay. Smart note to task conversion. Write freeform notes and AI automatically identifies them and suggests actionable tasks, project ideas, and oh, that's actually really cool. I like that. You could like say, I want to build an app. What do I do? And then it's going to be like, well, first you need to go to Replit, and then you need to come up with your idea, and then, you know what I mean? That's cool. Task breakdown and reminder. AI helps break down overwhelming tasks into smaller, manageable subtasks. Visual workflow dashboard, a clean, customized dashboard that visually organizes tasks, projects, and upcoming calendar events in an ADHD-friendly format. Many productivity apps exist, but users with ADHD consistently report a need for a single integrated app that combines all essential features. with AI specifically tailored to their unique cognitive needs. Looking for an AI ADHD friendly app. Interesting. The ability to turn notes into actionable tasks. I'm looking for advice from my fellow late in life diagnosed adults, but I want feedback and not drama. But I had to attach a meme to make a post, so here we are. What the hell? Why is that there? Mum yelled at me for using a chore tracking app for ADHD. Okay, that's definitely an ad for another app. While apps like Notion or To-Do List, I mean, it's not bad. I actually like it. This is not bad. Yes. Okay. Review status check triggered 11:08. If I refresh, it still shows. Okay, cool. Gemini API failure error. What the hell? Got an error here. Nice. 130 evidence items. That's what we like to see. So I should be able to rename these now. If I press refresh. Oh, nice. There we go. So I could call this Intentra. Unknown endpoint. Intentra. Okay. When I press enter, it says unknown endpoint. Also, I think when you click on the word, on the name, a save button should pop up, like fade in, so users can press save. Let's see how that goes. All right, let's run through a test. I think we can archive this. I think we can add a new one. All right, let's test the dev app factory end to end. I've got build speed set. I probably shouldn't even say that. Let's run the app factory and see it go through the build. While the build is running, I want you to take notes of every single action that occurs and add it here for us to review, so we can see everything is running smoothly. I don't want you to just tell us what it's meant to be doing or labeled as doing. I want you to tell us what is actually happening. Which AI models are being used, etc. The more specific, the better. Okay, if I refresh this and then I press this, I get, it's not really coming up. Tentra. Renamed. Okay, that's cool, but I don't see the save button. That's cool, but I don't see the save button. All right. Let me paste that in here. Okay. Thoughts on Google Stitch? I haven't used it yet, actually. Have you used it yet? Is it good? What about making an AI code rewriter so your code doesn't look like AI? But if AI is rewriting your code, then isn't it gonna look like AI? Hey buddy, I'm a recent subscriber. Love your content, man. Oh, cheers, Ben. Appreciate you popping in and telling me that, man. Cheers. That would only be useful for uni students. Yeah, true. Good point. I just realized there's 2 Joshuas in the chat. This whole time I've been thinking I'm talking to one Joshua. There's 2 of you guys in here, man. Way to make things confusing. I've recently fully set up Openclaw. Any suggestions on what skills to add? I mean, it depends on your use case, right? Like what platform or projects you're using, you know? What do you need your Openclaw for? You know? If it's admin work, is it like, you know, maybe you want it to be your personal assistant. So I'd recommend using the GOG skill, Google's Workspace skill. You can always go in Claw Hub and get ideas. Now, obviously be careful, you know, take everything with a grain of salt on here. But like Peter Steinberg, creator of Openclaw, you can go ahead and look at like his profile and see like, okay, I reckon this is probably a good place to start. Like, is there any skills in here that you might want to use? Because obviously this is a creator of Openclaw, so he's not gonna, you know, have any malware in his skill library that he's created. So you can go ahead and look like, okay, markdown converter, or I actually work with a lot of code, or weather. So I can get the weather, or, you know, model usage. You've got video transcript downloader. 1Password. Set up and use 1Password TLI. Yeah, heaps of stuff in here. Tmox. Like, check this, man. He's got the GOG skill somewhere here. This one. This is a good place to start though. Gives you access to Google Workspace, and you can connect your Gmail calendar, your contacts and your sheets and stuff, and it can go out and like help move things around. But yeah, check it out. Bro, Stitch is so good for UI. I prefer it over Gemini. Really? Damn, that's huge. Stitch is mid. Like last week when I tried, who knows, they might have made it fire by now. Seeing a lot on X. Stitch. I might need to try it. That's really cool. Man, Google is pumping out new products. Hey, like back to back new AI vibe coding tools and products coming out. No, this is wrong. This is incorrect. You are looking at the wrong place. Read the Claude.md. Stop, read this carefully. We did that. Merge, refresh dashboard. You can see the save button. So if I refresh, and I go into here, I don't see a save button. What about here? Mindflow. I mean, it works, but yeah, kind of annoying. No save button. Yo, where'd all the idea queue information go? Usually comes up with those bars as well. If you look at the previous app factory we built locally, all the ideations had a few bars at the bottom that gave it a weighted score. We need to implement this and set a filter so that any ideas that are below, let's say a 7 need to be removed and a new idea replace. So that constantly keeps our ideas high level. Okay, looks like this is going well. You're right. So the factory has a clean slate, no project built yet. In the rebuilt vision, the queue has 5 ideas with gig tax being unbuilt. Gig tax isn't there. Let me check what the fact. Oh, here we go. Now I see the real state. The orchestrator mode is blocked though. Let me check if that prevents it from running and then we'll kick it off. Okay, boom. First idea in there. Start ideating phase. Okay, cool. Why is intra looking like that though? Read claude.md so you have context. Why is intentra empty? In idea queue, it was full of research, etc. Something has got to be broken. So I've got 3 running at the same time. They all came in as needs review because OpenRouter was down and Gemini fallback wasn't in SYN yet at time. Now it is time. Now it is. Let me check what score fields the interesting. Much love from Singapore, bro. I appreciate you, Ben. Was also curious, can I add Larry Brain skills to Claude Code itself, or is it just better to set up Openclaw? I think you actually can add Larry Brain skills to Claude Code. You can add Openclaw skills into Claude Code, and you can add Claude Code skills into Openclaw. They work vice versa. If I learn how to set up Openclaw safely, is it worth setting up for small business in my area? 100%. Totally. Hi, I have 0 coding knowledge and recently started Vibecoding an iOS app using Codex. Yo, the only thing, Joshua, is just make sure you don't oversell and overpromise, you know? Be frank with the limitations of Openclaw and, you know, also be frank with what you can deliver. Just try to deliver something small to start. You know, I'll automate your admin work, for example. Like, don't try to offer them the whole world. Hi, I have 0 coding experience, knowledge, and recently started Vibecoding an iOS app using Codex. I would like to publish it on the App Store once completed. Is it a doable task or am I underestimating it? 100% it's doable, bro. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. You just need to make sure that you have a Apple developer account, which is $100. But once you have that, the world's your oyster, bro. Would you say your app factory is mainly built off Larry Brain skills, just fine-tuned? Not really. I built this from scratch, so I don't have any Larry Brain skills in here at all. The only actual skill I plan to use from Larry Brain is the Larry marketing skill, which is going to automate the marketing process. What up, Bake? I'm doing well. How are you, bro? What's crack-a-lackin'? Intro doesn't exist anywhere in the code base, not in Q files, not in project directories. Let me check what the user is actually running or where the data might. Intent lens doesn't exist anywhere, not in Q, not in projects, not in. Let me go. Intentra was renamed from Intent Lens AI or something like that. So maybe the rename had a part in breaking it. That makes sense. The rename likely broke the link to the research data. Let me check. Looks like the renaming function broke the research connection. Getting a Claude instance to fix it, but can you verify that the connection to, can you verify that once a project is renamed, it is still connected to its research data? Because it's showing empty in active projects. The root bug is the rename feature. It only updates Q, but it doesn't update, so the research data link breaks. Yes. Okay, let's see. All good, bro. Is the marketing skill from Larry only for TikTok, or should it work for Instagram as well? It's not. What Ollie has said is the marketing skill and all the other skills in Larry Brain is not a black box. You can edit it and customize it to however you like. So the same sort of tools and everything still applies. So you can 100% make it work for Instagram. The Posters API supports Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. It supports so many different fields. As long as you connect it to the Posters API, I think you're good to go, man. I don't think there's any issues. Let me pause this. I'm gonna pause this. Let's pause the build as there is an issue. Why not make a trading bot, bro? Just not really interested. I want to do more consumer-faced products. I see a lot of opportunity in the App Store, and I don't know. I just kind of want to branch out of crypto, to be honest, because I feel like I've been in crypto my whole life, and you know, I just want to try something new, learn new skills. How else are you gonna grow? You know. So give this a refresh. Okay, weird. It's not good. Does this clash with the prev? After pausing, the active project has vanished. Currently working on an internal tool for my team, and I'm trying to find good workflows for making actual good looking screens, not just wireframes. Any suggestions? I mean, you could do... Have you tried Gemini? Nano Banana 2? I feel like that's the most advanced when it comes to like different sections with different writings and stuff like that. Like I've always made really cool, solid. Yeah. You've got Claude just released there. I don't know, maybe Gemini? Stitch does it, no? Isn't that the whole point of Stitch? Because none of the trading bots are really worth it. Like you think no matter what, there's never going to be a simple way to make money trading. You have to invest time, even if it's just managing the bot. Yeah, I agree. I think to some extent, you can't really have that hands off of a trading experience. And also like if it was that easy, like someone would have built it already, right? Yo, they renamed it to Matchmind. I don't know if I vibe with that, dude. There it is, the sequence. Factory was started via emergency stop was triggered just 4 seconds later. The emergency stop set interest phase to blocked with reason. Okay, so if I open this up, okay, it's got all the data. Nice. It doesn't show the thing yet. After our CLI run, which blocked Intentra, the fix is simple. We need to unblock Intentra and set it to back to build. Want me to do that and run the build. I don't know what's going on here. Looks like it's already started under a different name. Big issue. Please look into it and report back and follow its journey. Okay. I think we could archive this. Still not seeing the score bars for the ideated apps in idea queue or in active projects. Pretty sure Figma has a MCP on her, so you can connect it to Claude, right? When a user clicks AI Ideate, I think a clean toggle pops up and lets them pick between 1 to 5 ideas to generate. So that way it's not always pumping 5. So Codex needs to come out here. Build has exited, build is done. The Santiago agent is now processing and will spawn a new Claude session for review. Let me keep watching. That's not good. We wanted a Codex session for review. I wonder if this is actually messing things up a little bit. This is Santiago, isn't it? Yeah. Bro, exactly. We've been trading bots for so long. Wall Street would put the hit out if someone stole their long-running bot scam strategies. Us plebs have to trade against. Yeah. No, exactly. To build a profitable trading bot is like freaking way harder than people think it is, man. Same with like Polymarket and stuff as well. It's like, oh, just build a bot for Polymarket. And it's like, bro, it's not that easy, man. Santiago is the wrong agent. Look at the app factory, not the conductor. Would you still choose Openclaw over the new Claude code features that are slowly being added to it? I mean, I'm not fully sure yet because I need to look at. So in this video that I'm making, creating my own Openclaw from scratch, it's going to look into those features, and I'm going to basically compare the two. So that'll be a good video to watch out. It's in the pipelines. We haven't even started looking into it that much yet. So I want to hold my opinion until I'm like well informed. But yeah. Then transition to review. Here's my full notes so far. If I refresh, use AI to brainstorm new app ideas and add them to the queue. Fallback is wide in. It's been merged apparently. Let's have a look, refresh. Ah, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just when I noticed when I select the number, it disappears. This is a bit confusing. Can it show a glow or a highlight instead? Okay, it's in review phase. Current state with nothing driving forward, orchestration mode is paused and no factory process is running. So if I said start factory, let's see if this works. I pressed start factory. Let's see if it continues, and please keep an eye and observe. I've tried the there is something interesting about how they'll start to win and then break. My copy trade strategy and my pump fund strategy always seem to get shut off after a couple hits and requiring full reset. Interesting. Also, I'm sorry if I missed it. I'm late today, lol, but what's up with the K, Lil Kimmy Claw? She's still your main stable, or did you swap back to everyone's favorite old lady lobster? So Kimmy Claw was actually a sponsorship video. If you want to, skip around on the timeline of this live stream, I actually talk about how much I made and everything. But yeah, Kimmy Claw was purely a sponsorship video. Not gonna lie, title a little bit clickbaity, but it was the winning title. Now, I wasn't planning on using it. Like, if we look at my actual statistics, so I had two other titles here. Cheapest and most secure way to run Openclaw and fastest and simplest Openclaw setup. And unfortunately, they didn't win. This one won, of course. Everyone wants to know if I replaced my Openclaw setup. A bit clickbaity, but yeah, this was purely a sponsorship video. While I was talking about Kimmy Claw, obviously I was quite impressed with the convenience of it. But at the end of the day, I think for the complexity of my setup and what I'm trying to accomplish, it's not quite there yet. For me, just like any other VPS isn't, because I feel like locally If you run it locally, there's obviously way more customization. Bro, don't even sweat it. Get that money, and I hope they paid up good. They paid me $2,000 US. I don't know if that's like great or not, but I mean, it goes to show, small creator like me, if they're paying 2,000, imagine what these bigger creators like Alex Finn are getting, man. They're probably getting like 50 to 100K for these sponsorship deals, which also makes me wonder, like, dude, like, I reckon take what you see on YouTube with a grain of salt, man. If people are doing sponsorship videos and someone is paying them 50 to 100K, like, you know, Kimmy gave me full creative freedom. But then in the same token, I'm also seeing like, yo, what's going on here? Looks like we got this. I've already got this open, but it's saying, hold up. I need to add this. There is an issue. MatchMind is in active projects and it is in review phase, but the simulator has opened up, letting me think it is in another phase entirely. Please look into this. Now the dashboard needs to be restarted for this fix. What's going on here? Crash because Python resolves to Xcode's Python, which can't find the Sheldon module. The dashboard starts to the factory. They're separate copies. Santiago has diverged with extra code. The running dashboard is from Santiago, so our fix won't take effect until the dashboard restarts from the updated code, or we apply it to Santiago too. For now, the quickest path is to run the factory directly from our repo so we can observe it. I have given this to Santiago to check, but giving context here as well, as it has been stuck in the review phase for a while. Look at above message. Nice, looks like we've got the score bars working here. Took a while for some reason. When I refresh, it like went from running to paused. When I refreshed the app factory, it went from running to idle. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Needs to stay in its prev state. Start monetization phase, okay. Now when I click AI Ideate, it gives me an option. Still, those numbers are going away for some reason. Well, why is it in review then, if it's past that? To run during the review phase to run unit UI tests. That's expected behavior. Oh, okay, so it was normal then. Okay, that's fine then. Good notes. There's also a 7th issue I just found. The start factory button crashed because the dashboard sets. Repo, see we can watch the review phase live. Good for you, man. Appreciate you, Rich Ducat. Did you use Hostinger for the VPS? What do you mean? In the masterclass video that I'm doing, I do use Hostinger for the VPS, but then I switch to local as well, and I show you how to do that. So I show both options. What tool do you use to test your iOS apps, or do you just test manual? I usually just test it manually. I'll download it through Test Flight and just test it through my iPhone. Yo, like up the stream if you haven't already. Hit it up. Okay. The project is actually in monetized phase, not review. It already passed through build and review. The simulator was okay. Go for it. When I click AI Ideate, it now highlights the number, but everything inside the highlight is whited out, so no number is visible. It's still confusing. Users should see the number. Monetize complete, that's good. Yes, merge it up here. And then we could probably archive this. To start deploy stage, alrighty, okay, that's good. Okay. It's at the deploy phase. Pitch is a bit ass, but whatever. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this simulator. This should show us if things are in good hands or not. Now, I don't know if this is gonna set up with the mock data. Okay. Interesting. I did notice that it's not showing. So we are currently running our first end-to-end run of an app that has gone from an idea into actual testing on the simulator and now about to be tested in test flight. It's currently in the deploy phase and I'm watching it take its screenshots where it goes through each phase and takes the screenshots. Now, if you look at the old app factory, you'll be able to find it on the desktop called Sheldon. And you will see that we actually had screenshots filled with mock data, which made them a bit more interesting to look at because it showed when we uploaded them to the App Store as screens, what the app would look like when you filled it out. Now, I'm not seeing, as I'm looking at the simulator and it runs through the simulator to take the screenshots in the deploy phase, I'm not seeing the simulator have that mock data. So can you look at how we had the mock data configured in the old app factory that is just locally built on the desktop in Sheldon file and implement it into this new one? Okay. Can you review everything that is in the old app factory data and files and how it works? I'm talking every single phase. And I want you to look at the code that we have currently for the new app factory and just like cross match everything and just check, like, do we have this feature in the new app factory? Because I'm noticing some things are missing and I can almost guarantee that there's going to be more missing features and issues. So yeah, can we look into that? I want you to do a deep dive breakdown and with cross comparisons on everything. Let's see what Codex says. Please keep these going for as long as you can. This has renewed my appreciation for body doubling and being in a room with a bunch of like-minded people working on shit we all like to do. Bro, 100%, man. I completely agree with you, bro. Like, I think it's true. You are like the people you surround yourself with. So, you know, when I'm working in my own time or editing a video, I like to have a live stream on or someone else who is also working, you know? And it feels like a shared workspace environment almost, because, you know, you're working, I'm working, and we can kind of like, you know, talk about what we're working on, and you don't feel by yourself because, you know, I live in an apartment by myself as well. So like, you know, being able to chat with the live stream and talk to you guys while I'm working is honestly like that social aspect for me. But yeah, I completely agree with you, bro. I'm gonna try to do this for as long as I can. Even with usually I do 3-hour live streams. We're at 4 hours now, so might wrap up soonish. But I try to live stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm about to hire an editor. Once I lock that in, I'll also be able to live stream Thursday, Friday as well, because it'll take some time off of my plate to live stream more. And then, yeah, you are the average of the 5 people you hang out with the most. Exactly. That's the one. Also though, Rich Ducat, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, you should definitely check it out, because we always have people co-working. Like if you look at my screen right now, you can see in the co-working channel, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here literally working and co-working together. So if you're looking for more like-minded people, it's even a little more interactive as well, because you can just talk to each other in here. I like to come in here like at least maybe a few times a week. So yeah, definitely check the Discord co-vibing channel out. I think it can bring in some, you know, much needed interaction with like-minded individuals. Discord is great. Lots of like-minded individuals. There you go. Tim's back in it. This is still in starting deploy phase. Prompt tells agents to populate. Prompt agent has step 8.5 #3 telling agents to wire it in, but the intentra build agent clearly skipped that step. The instruction is there, but it's buried as 0.3 in a list. Let me make it much more prominent. Add verification checks. Okay, looks like it's taking the screenshots again. Full picture of all 4 phases. So match mind is at deploy. Let me continue the factory to keep watching. Okay. What dictation app are you using? I'm using Whisperflow. This one right here. Oh yeah, I'm in there, bro. I dropped stuff in off lol, and I've been asking a few questions in the main chat, but I didn't see the co-working space. Thanks for, I'm going to utilize it. All good, bro. Definitely utilize it. Get rid of these. It's taking that screenshot over and over again. I wonder why. Is it not saving? Like, not updated on rename. The rename only changed queue. Wrong. This is what happened and what fixed. The bug intra build agent created with great mock data, chat, analysis, but never wider into the view models. So when screenshots run with the view models, still start with empty nil state. Splits. Okay. For the current intro run, the screenshots will be empty since it's already past review. Okay. The factory will get caught by the new gate. Okay. Hope so. I've finished most of the structural comparison. Okay. The current dashboard start flow is still broken in this checkout, so the new factory does not yet reliably replace the old launcher. Old bash factory loop in. Let me just copy this so I can read it better. Let me copy it into. Jesus. I compared the old bash factory loop. Hi, the current dashboard start flow is still broken in this checkout, so the new factory does not yet reliably replace the old launcher. I dropped one of the old queue management behaviors, rerunning research when the queue contains unvalidated ideas. The old loop explicitly triggers research when there's no longer the live control surface it used to be for orchestration behavior. Now, I want to confirm these. You have looked into functionality of the new app factory, and these are your biggest concerns with pre versus new, or did you just come up with whatever was mismatched? Because some updates have obviously been made to functionality of the app factory. Just want to confirm. Okay. Yo, I totally forgot to check in. Did you explain earlier in the stream why you use Whisperflow over macOS native dictate? If so, or GRE watch? I actually haven't, but it's just easier. It's simpler. I press a button and it's like live. It writes the moment. I don't know. It's just a smoother interface. It dictates better. Yeah, I just prefer it. Now, maybe, like, I've only ever used the Apple Dictate on my phone and it works great, but I don't know. There's something about Whisperflow and how, like, simple it is. I just press a button, and I'm sure I could configure, maybe I can configure Apple's to do that as well, but I literally press this button. I double press it, it gives me a long hold, and I can speak for literally hours on end. I could speak for like 30 minutes straight and it would dictate everything, the pauses and everything. Apple's dictate, if you pause for too long, it like stops. You know, you can't really fix that. Also, you can press, like, it also fixes up your dictation as well. So like, let's say you have a lot of ums and ahs, it'll actually go back and erase those ums and ahs. If you repeat a word, it won't say it twice. Like, there's a lot of additional kind of AI implementations in here, which, you know, are helpful as well. Fair call. I'm old school. I just hit the FN key twice on my keyboard to dictate. Haven't tried other apps like that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, maybe I'm overpaying. You're selling me, mate. I mean, it's 15 a month. At one point I was thinking of building my own, but I was like, nah, these guys just do it well. It's 15 a month. And yeah, it's worth checking out, man. They do like a 7-day trial or 14-day trial. You should check it out. I do have an affiliate with these guys, but I completely forgot it. So yeah. I'm not even going to bother. It's, yeah, you get a 7-day trial or something like that. Check it out, man. Give it a go. And I'm actually curious because you use the Apple dictation tool, right? So if you tried the 7-day trial and you actually switched, or if you actually tried it and then you thought, nah, this isn't for me, that'll give me a good indication of, okay, maybe I should stop using Whisperflow. So I'm curious what you think, Tim. Not review, that means the review phase was already completed by the earliest session. Okay. But failed the gate check. But couldn't upload the binary or metadata. Let me see what happened. Because that needs to happen manually. Where would you like to go from there? What's going on here? Yes, this is a real functionality audit. Okay. Can you go ahead and make these changes? Before I do that, let's just make sure we're all in sync here. Here's what changed and what's fixed. Okay, we failed. Where would you like to go from here? The factory is paused at deploy stage, waiting for matchmine to be created in App Store Connect. Interesting. So I just need to do this, distribute app, App Store Connect, distribute. It's coming up as Intentra next, but it's coming up as matchmined here. So a bit confusing, but whatever, we move. We can iron out those kinks later. This is a manual process, and the old app factory would just save the metadata and wait for the user to press the deploy / button. Here's another issue I found. Have you covered it? If not, you may have missed more. Doobie, why don't you use Echo? I mean, I should probably test it. Hey, I don't know. It's just like a bit of laziness, I guess, in switching. I use the free Grok API for dictating on mine. I don't use a hell of a lot of dictation, to be honest. More of a typer, but I would definitely give it a go. I just found that it helps speed things up. I'm going to try and save it, and make the one I made open source version of Whisperflow and Cluely for my meetings. Yo, do it, bro. And drop it in the showcase channel in the Discord. What would you rate the output quality of the app factory? I mean, it varies, man. Some days it impresses me. Other days it lets me down. So maybe please continue to review and add to your list earlier and send through again. If y'all want to check it out, it's yo, you can't send a link in the YouTube chat. If you did, then it's probably gonna get yeah. Okay, cool. Drop it in the Discord. Nice. Damn, you're still vibe coding? You really committed. Cheers, bro. I mean, it's not that long. 4 hours and 18 minutes. Let's chuck some more music back on. But yeah, if I had to rate the output quality, I'd probably give it like a good 7 to 8. Sometimes it even gets to a 9, but averaging, I'd say a 7. I'm pretty happy with it. What else do you do? This is me full time, bro. I build apps and make content full time. Doesn't pay the bills yet though. I mean, I guess the live streams kind of do because I've made what, 47,000, but I got no MRR, so it's not consistently paying the bills, I guess. Content maybe starting to pay the bills a little bit. Damn dog, same. Yo, let's go. MRI Data Labs. Is that your app idea? I made mine to have 1 to 4 levels of text cleanup, from just cleaning up my filler words to fully rewriting the input. Yo, that's pretty cool. Because I feel like it's pretty important, right? When you're prompting. I want this app to be completed, and then I'm going to run this ChatGPT audit. It's got like a bunch of different things. To the old project lead flow, and some old MCP assisted steps were lost. I can turn this next into a strict implementation checklist. Most of the old phase machinery translated, but it's still missing some important operational behavior from the old system. The biggest concerns now are broken start workspace wiring, missing unvalidated idea research triggering, config.md no longer being a real runtime authority, no clean waiting state for manual deploy, rage/conflict between autonomous deploy stage and the manual deploy button. Oh, nice. They did pick that up. Oh, MatchMind is ready. Submit to App Store. That's cool. There you go. End to end. Oh, gate failed. Deploy submit requires tweet_ID. I don't think that's necessary, to be honest. FaZe actually tried to tweet and got a 503 from the Twitter API. It wrote the tweet copy but couldn't post it. This tweet is a nice to have, we can fix later. Shouldn't be the reason we stop the whole factory. Original company I was thinking about starting up. What if there is a way to apply the auto research Krapathy to improve the output? Yo, I really want to play around with that ICT. I do plan on playing around with that soon. I just want to get the base fixed first. There's a lot of bugs that keep coming in and a lot of things that are taking up my time. So I just want to make sure the initial base is fixed, and then we can kind of go into that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm keen on that. Hopefully one of your apps pops off. It really is the marketing. Do you think it is marketing? I feel like it is. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Marketing is definitely a huge reason to why your app would succeed or fail. People need to know about what you built, right? There were also a lot of intricacies with the App Store metadata that we fine-tuned over time to actually get approved in the App Store. Can we make sure we review and add that to your list if we added all that info? So why is it we're at 90% here. What's this saying? Okay. There's also this. Review is meant to have codecs. There's a lot of metadata specific approval logic in the new rule in the rules now. I'm checking whether the generator and uploader actually implement those hard-won details, because that's where regression would hide. So Richmond has been closely reviewing the App Store factory as it goes through its first run of app deployment. And these are their findings. Notice how Opus is being used in the review phase, even though Codex is meant to pop up for that specifically. Please look into Richmond's chat history in Conductor and add it to your list. Have you thought about starting an AI consultancy? I feel like you'd kill it. I mean, a lot of people have brought that up. I'm not interested, man. I really don't want to do that sort of work. Like, I know there's a lot of money in there and all, but like, it's not really where my passions lie, you know? I don't want to do one-on-one consulting. I don't want to have to do like consulting with other companies and stuff like that. Like, maybe in the future, but right now I'm really just looking to build my personal brand. I'm looking to prove to other individuals that you can build your own AI apps, or you can build your own apps using AI and make money from it. Like, that's really just my goal right now. It's very simple, it's very small, and that's just my line of focus. Like, I don't really want to split my focus too much. I want to be needle sharp on what my goal is. And my North Star is to be one of the biggest AI content creators in the world. So I'm bullish as fuck on Kimi, dude. If they were smart enough to sponsor you, they know the target audience and will ship good stuff, not gonna lie. I mean, hey, appreciate, bro. Hey, appreciate that take, man. Appreciate that take. Appreciate the glaze, man. Appreciate the glaze. But yeah, nah, Kimi's on the pulse, man. Kimi's definitely on the pulse, bro. They've got a good marketing team for sure. I was pretty impressed when they reached out. Even when I gave them videos to edit, they were like giving me really good like feedback on the videos and stuff. It was really cool. Okay. Even though it's waiting for human to deploy, we have this. Why is that not copying? And blue text. Doesn't really look good, nor does it make sense. I can't directly inspect another conductor chat from this workspace. I searched the local workspace, including context, and there is an enrichment transcript. Okay, let me... check. Write down all your findings as a .md for me to copy into Codex. Everything you learnt in this entire chat. I feel you being a consultant is insane, and that's awesome, man. Keep going. How much did Kimmy pay ya? Kimmy paid me 2,000 US dollars, so 3,000 Australian for a video, which is pretty insane considering my entire YouTube channel up until this point has only made 1,700 Australian dollars. That one video made me more money than all the videos that I've ever made in terms of AdSense. There's money in the consulting shit, but who the fuck wants to do that? I agree. Bro, literally, oh my lord. Hey, MRI, bro, you were literally pushing it like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, consulting is boring as I rather make a SaaS that does 1 mil per month and talk shit to VCs on Zoom when they beg to get in the round. Money Mike knows what's up. I can't wait. I won't show mercy to those mutts. Anyone in here who has dealt with VCs knows they are such pricks unless you're already winning hard, which is funny because by then you don't need them as much. Bro, 100%, man. Although exiting something is always enjoyable. Not that I've experienced it, but I have someone close to me who has. Dude, being able to sell your build and just get a fat paycheck and not have to worry about it moving forward is low-key the dream, man. Like, let's say you build something, someone pays you $1 million to buy it off you. You just go on holiday for a month, man. Relax. Or maybe the live streams, I'm just doing random shit. I'm just freaking going to go buy a pet or something. It's like, what else do I do with my time? Nah, I'd keep vibe coding for sure. I feel like once you start vibe coding, you low-key can't stop. Like, there's low-key like this thing in your brain where you kind of get a little bit addicted. Like, you kind of just can't stop vibe coding. It's weird. Okay. Here is the findings from Richmond. So combine this with all your findings. You taken some out. Your first .md is different to your current. You have missed a lot, so don't miss anything. I don't care how long it is. Alright, now let's go ahead and test. This should open up the simulator. Nice. So if I go to match find, your dating sidekick. I like that it floats up and down. Lottie animation, nice. Upload chat screenshots and get AI powered response suggestions, bold, playful, or sincere. Spot fake profiles, scan. Okay, I don't know why it's empty, doesn't look great, but whatever. Okay, it's just crashed on me. Oh, okay, it uploaded. What the hell? Is this update? It looks different now, match mind. I don't know if I like the new one. Does your app factory do app store optimization keyboard research? Yeah, it does. The move is to buy real estate once you get paid out $1 million or more. I mean, yeah, 100%. I'm addicted as to Claude. So it's not just me. 100% because the real estate pays the bills and you live for free and vibe code forever and make more money. Bro, that's infinite money glitch for sure. Money Mike, words of wisdom. I came from crypto though, so I already own real estate from it. Yo, good shit, Money Mike. I come from crypto as well, so that's kind of how I was able to fund and have the creative freedom to be able to do or pivot my career to content and vibe coding. Dude, I'm thinking about just going into consulting before I go rot my brain in vibe code. I mean, if you have what it takes, then do it, bro. Do it. I mean, I can't see why you can't do both, you know? Consulting can't take up that much of your time, can it? Your dating sidekick, yep. Spot fake profiles, yep. Read their intentions, cool. Perfect your bio. Upload a chat screen. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, this new App Factory build, low key, I can see it being better and more consistent once we fix all the issues. Bio analyzer, my bio. What are you looking for? Casual dating, open to anything. New friends first. That's cool. Photo scan, cat. Okay, let's see here. I can't directly open. Okay. It's got all these issues. All right. I want you to create a checklist and go through each and every single one of these issues and patch it. I don't care how long it takes. How long can you work for without stopping? Does the high, medium, X high setting matter? I can keep working continuously within a turn until the task is handled, but there are practical limits for message context size. For a large order like this, it's usually better to break it into chunks so nothing gets dropped. Being conductors agent settings like yes, they usually matter indirectly. Allow more reasoning depth. This kind. All right. Split this. Okay, you know what? I'll do this. All right, I want you to create a checklist and go through each. I don't care how long it takes. Then I will get Opus to review and we can go back and forth if you missed anything. Crypto in 2020, 2021 was the greatest time to be alive. I miss it so much, but we've got to move on and create the next peak. Bro, those were the days, man. Those were the days, bro. I remember just everything would go up, man. The market is low-key wide the fuck open if you don't mind doing the work. It's just Openclaw setup. She is actually so free. Dude, yeah, the whole Openclaw setup thing is like super, super free, man. It's literally like what you pay 30 a month, charge a small business to pay you 500 a month. There you go. You now have a profitable business with like a 95% profit margin. Oh, you're using GPT 5.4. Is it better for vibe coding than Opus 4.6? I actually use both. Usually my setup is Opus 4.6 to build and then Codex to actually review. Opus for sure, and Openclaw and Perplexity. Interesting. That's my toolkit. I use GPT 5.4 as architect mainly. Perplexity for research. Interesting. Interesting. Perplexity is not bad for analytics, I've realized, like AI insights and stuff, if you want to integrate that. But yeah, all right. On that note, I think this is just going to run for like the next 10-20 minutes. So I'll probably just end the live stream here. I think we got quite a bit done, honestly. I feel like we literally got our app factory running. We got it to build a full app from end to end. So it'll be really interesting next live stream. Getting it to build more apps. Maybe we test it on our mobile device, download it through test flight, and go from there. But yeah, I think we're going to end it here. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Seriously, I had a good time. I had a blast. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, MRI Data. Thank you, Sebastian, Money Mike, Damon. We got ICT Trader in the building. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Owner. Thank you, Rich Ducat. Appreciate you coming in, bro. Thank you, Big Daddy Hung. Crazy username, by the way. Damon, appreciate you, bro. Ben Core, thanks for popping in. Sama, Bake. A lot of OGs coming in today. We had the double Joshua duo coming in as well. Appreciate you. Helios, Matrix, whatever you want to call yourself, came in for a bit. We got Slyphorn, Adar here, Silly Led. We had Drew, Doc, Jasco, Snux, Olkick. Appreciate you all coming in, having a chat with me, capturing the third. Seriously, appreciate all you guys. I really enjoy vibe coding and talking to you guys. Really, it's a good time for me. That's why I want to try and do more of it. And yeah, check out the Discord if you haven't already. Feel free to message me in there too. I'm way more active, like 24/7. If you ping me, I'll usually respond within 30 to an hour. But yeah, I'll catch you. Also, yeah, join the Discord and do the co-work, man. If you want to continue the live, we got 3 people in there right now. And yeah, they're all hustling. If you want to hustle alongside them, go for it. It can be a bit distracting though, because they do tend to yap quite a lot in there. So yeah, up to you. But yeah, peace out, guys. I'll catch ya. Bye.